Everything you desire, every version of your ideal life, every breakthrough, every shift you've ever imagined, already exists. Not in some metaphorical way, not as a motivational phrase taped to your mirror, but literally, tangibly, energetically. These realities are not locked away in some cosmic vault waiting for the stars to align. They are accessible now. Right now. But they are invisible until you do one thing: observe them. Yes, observe. Because here's what almost no one tells you. Your life doesn't change when you want more. It doesn't change when you affirm it. It doesn't even change when you work endlessly toward it. Your life changes the moment you begin to observe from the version of you that already has it. That's why most people stay stuck. Because they are unconsciously observing the absence of what they want, rather than the presence of what already is in another timeline. And here's the kicker. The universe doesn't respond to your potential. It responds to your perception. The timeline you collapse into isn't based on your effort. It's based on your observation. If you're stuck, if you've plateaued, if you've felt the pain of doing everything right and still watching nothing shift, this is why. You're not manifesting lack. You're observing lack. And the universe, like a faithful mirror, keeps delivering it right back. Now let's be absolutely clear about what you're going to experience here. This is not about passive positivity or vision boards that gather dust. This is not a recycled pitch for good vibes or some rebranded spiritual bypassing. This is a precise, step-by-step unraveling of the quantum principles that govern how your timeline forms, and more importantly, how to collapse the one aligned with your highest version into your present moment. This is about teaching your consciousness how to see what it has never seen before, so it can receive what it has never received before. You're going to understand the paradox of why your desires stay at arm's length, the quantum glitch that keeps you locked in loops, and the mechanism of observation that acts like a frequency selector, choosing which reality crystallizes around you. We'll explore how your brain isn't recording life like a camera but projecting it like a lens. You'll come face to face with the thought patterns silently freezing your reality in place, and learn to melt them. Fast. You'll grasp why it's not your job to create your highest self, but to tune in to the frequency where that version already lives. You'll learn to feel, think, and move through life from the center of a timeline that already exists and collapse it into now. We'll go deep into why identity is the most magnetic force in the universe. Why time isn't linear, but recursive. Why your future has memory. And why the only thing the universe has ever been waiting on is your observation of the version of reality it already built for you. This series is not about becoming someone new. It's about becoming aware of the version of you that already has the life you seek, and learning how to lock your attention to it like a laser. So the real question isn't, when will it happen? The real question is, what timeline are you observing right now? Because the universe can't deliver what you don't observe. Let's begin. Desire is not the problem. You've been told to focus on what you want, to want it more, to visualize it, script it, claim it, act as if. But here's the paradox. The more intensely you want something, the more you reinforce the absence of it in your observation. Wanting is not equal to having. Wanting is the energetic echo of not having. And the universe, governed by quantum feedback, keeps projecting what you are locked onto. Every time you say, I want, you're admitting, I don't observe it now. And in a quantum field that obeys observation, not effort, this matters. Think about this. You've wanted things for years: money, health, relationships, freedom, and yet for many of those desires they remain concepts, not experiences. Why? Because observation is not passive. It is not just looking at what is in front of you. In quantum terms, observation is a form of energetic confirmation. It means, this is what I expect. This is what I identify with. This is real to me. If you constantly observe life through the lens of wanting, you are tuned to the frequency of distance, not reception. Let's put this into sharper focus. A person may want abundance, even say affirmations about abundance, but if they continually observe their bank balance with dread, or monitor their bills with anxiety, their observation is still locked into scarcity. That's the frequency the universe responds to. And despite their intention, they receive more scarcity. This is not about guilt or blame. This is a mechanical, impersonal quantum function. The field doesn't care what you want. It only responds to what you observe with certainty. And certainty doesn't come from logic. It comes from identity. The paradox deepens. The more desperately you want to change, the more tightly you affirm the current state as real. You say you want out, but your emotional intensity confirms the cage. It's not the desire that's blocking you. It's the unspoken, subconscious agreement that the current reality is fixed, real, immovable, and the desired one is far away, maybe even unreachable. As long as that agreement stands, the quantum field will comply. It always does. So, where does that leave you? Here's the uncomfortable truth. To receive a new timeline, you must stop observing the current one as the dominant reality. You must treat your desires not as hopes, but as facts waiting for attention. That shift is subtle, but it changes everything. This is where many get stuck, because the physical evidence screams otherwise. Your senses are loyal to what is. Your nervous system responds to past patterns. And so, observation becomes a mirror loop, a feedback cycle where what is reinforces what you see, which reinforces what is. Breaking this loop requires conscious override. It requires observing from the version of you that already lives the outcome before the evidence shows up. That's not fantasy. That's precision. Now let's add another layer. Most people believe they are observing their lives neutrally. They think, this is just how things are. I'm not making this up. But the quantum field doesn't see neutrality. It only sees energetic confirmation. And every observation, conscious or not, is a selection mechanism. It tells the field which version of reality to deliver next. This means that your current life, however frustrating or inspiring it may be, is not a reflection of your effort. It's a reflection of your observation history. The field delivers based on where your attention stabilizes. Not what you wish for, not what you affirm, what you observe with authority. That leads us to a critical realization. If you want something different, you have to observe from a different version of yourself. Not try to get there, not try to earn it. You must see from there, feel from there, think from there. You must observe life through the eyes of the person who has it, not the person who wants it. And this is not about faking it. It's about shifting internal observation. Observation is not limited to the eyes. It's in the tone of your thoughts, the posture of your emotions, the internal commentary running through your day. Your inner narrative is a frequency broadcaster, and every story you tell yourself becomes the universe's next script for your life. So how do you change it? You start by noticing what you're really observing. You get radically honest about the internal commentary that's shaping your energetic signal. You begin to replace the loop of "I hope it works" with "it's already mine." It's stabilizing. It's unfolding. Not because you're lying to yourself, but because the quantum field doesn't respond to probability. It responds to intensity of observation. And intensity grows when you stop contradicting it with fear, doubt, and hesitation. Desire without observation leads to frustration. But desire infused with focused observation activates the field. This is the paradox. The less you want something, the faster it shows up. Not because you stopped caring, but because you stopped resisting. You stopped observing from lack. You began observing from alignment. And the universe, ever faithful, delivered exactly what your observation confirmed. Next, we uncover the key that unlocks reality itself. Now that you've seen the paradox of desire, it's time to uncover the invisible mechanism behind it. Why the universe only delivers what you observe, and how to shift your attention with precision. Let's move forward. You've just uncovered the paradox that wanting doesn't create change. Observing does. But what is observation, really? Is it just looking, seeing, noticing something? No. In quantum terms, observation is the most potent, non-physical force you can exert. It is the act of pinning a version of reality into form. Not metaphorically, literally. And when you observe something, you are telling the field, this is what exists. Lock it in. Observation is not passive. It's declarative. It's not simply watching what is, it's commanding what becomes. This is not an idea. It is a principle rooted in quantum physics. The double-slit experiment changed everything. When particles weren't being watched, they behaved like waves, meaning all potential states existed simultaneously. But the moment they were observed, they collapsed into one specific outcome. That observation changed how reality behaved. Not the laser, not the equipment, not the environment. The act of being watched changed everything. Now scale that up. Your consciousness is that observer. And every moment you're alive, whether you're aware of it or not, you are watching and therefore collapsing one version of reality over all others. Here's what this means. Your life is not unfolding in front of you. It's unfolding outward from you. Your observation is not showing you what is real. It is deciding what becomes real. This is why your life keeps reflecting the same patterns, the same delays, the same frustrations. Because your attention is frozen on what currently is, and so what is keeps being selected as the next moment over and over again. The field holds infinite versions of you, but your attention keeps dialing into the same channel. And most people don't realize they're observing unconsciously. They think they're reacting to life, but they're not. They are generating it. When you observe lack, even if it's to resist it, fix it, or overcome it, you are reinforcing its existence. You are energizing it. You are selecting it over and over. The quantum field responds by saying, "Understood. This must be what's real." And so, it shows up again. Now this is crucial. Observation doesn't need to be visual. Can be emotional. Can be cognitive. Can even be physiological. Every time your nervous system reacts to an old pattern, stress, fear, guilt, regret, you are observing the past as present. You are signaling to the field, this is what still exists. And the universe, obedient and neutral, reactivates it. Observation, then, is not just the key to change. It is the door itself. If you're wondering why your affirmations didn't work, this is why. You were speaking one thing but observing another. You said, "I'm abundant," but internally, you were watching your scarcity. You said, "I'm healed," but you were still watching your pain. Your energy always follows your observation, and the field always follows your energy. Words are irrelevant if they are not aligned with what you are actually watching. This is where the power begins to turn in your favor. Once you understand that observation is a muscle, not a reaction, you can begin to train it. You can teach your mind to hold attention on what doesn't yet appear to exist, and by doing so, pull it into existence. This is not wishful thinking. This is conscious, energetic precision. The version of you that already lives your ideal timeline is not far away. But your attention has to stop looking through the eyes of your current limitations and start looking through the lens of the reality you prefer. This is not pretending. It is not bypassing. It is selecting. And selection collapses the timeline. You may be asking, how do I begin observing from what isn't yet visible? The answer lies in internal consistency. You must feel it before you see it. You must think it before you touch it. You must embody it before you live it. Not because you're fabricating it, but because reality listens to the loudest observation. And if your inner world starts broadcasting a new signal with more conviction than your outer one, the quantum field will bend to match your broadcast. There is a critical moment, a flicker in consciousness, when you stop checking to see if something is working and instead begin watching it as if it already did. That flicker is the beginning of a new timeline. The field doesn't reward doubt. It rewards dominance. Whatever reality dominates your observation will dominate your life. So the more you check for results, the more you observe their absence. But the more you stabilize your focus, the more the field must match your dominant selection. Observation is not just seeing. It's claiming. It's deciding. It's frequency alignment in motion. Next, we expand this understanding by revealing something radical. If everything already exists, why are you in this version of your life? You're about to discover that you are not moving through time at all. You're shifting through infinite versions of yourself. And there's a quantum truth hiding in plain sight that explains why the timeline you experience is entirely a reflection of your observation. Let's unlock it now. The universe is not linear. It's layered. Every decision you've made, every emotion you've ever held, every possibility you've considered, all of it exists as a parallel outcome in the quantum field. You are not living a single path. You are selecting one stream out of billions, and walking it by default unless you learn how to shift. This is the reality most ignore because it sounds impossible. But it's not only possible. It's happening every second. The question is, are you selecting by choice? Or by repetition? Let's talk Schrödinger. Most people heard about the cat-in-the-box scenario as a confusing thought experiment. But its implications are far more important than they seem. In short, until someone observes the cat, it exists in both states, dead and alive. Observation is the mechanism that locks one reality into place. But the unobserved possibilities still existed. They weren't fantasies. They were coexisting states. You are that cat. And the box? It's your consciousness. Until you observe a version of yourself, all other versions remain possible. And once you do observe, that version collapses into experience. But here's what most miss. You can shift timelines by shifting observation. You're not trapped. You're just stabilized in one stream of probabilities. And that stabilization is optional. Now take that insight and stretch it. Every time you think you've made a permanent decision, you haven't. You've simply observed a version of yourself that made that decision and aligned with its outcome. But every other option still exists. You just stopped watching it. That means your future is not being built. It's being selected. And if it's being selected, you can reselect. This is not spiritual optimism. It's mechanics. The quantum field does not destroy versions of you. It houses them. There's a version of you that succeeded wildly. Another that gave up. Another that tried again. Another that's living a life you've never imagined. They're all real. All valid. All pulsing with energy. So why are you living this one? Because you observed this one the most. You gave it your fear, your attention, your memory, your focus. And so, this timeline locked in. Here's the breakthrough. Time is not linear movement from one moment to another. It's vibrational selection of already existing frames. Like a film reel, every frame of possibility is already developed. You don't create new scenes. You scroll between them with your frequency. Your awareness is the remote, and observation is the button. Now let's make this real. If you've ever felt stuck in a life loop, same habits, same people, same outcomes, it's because your internal broadcast has stayed the same. You've kept observing from the same frequency. The field has no choice but to mirror it. But if you shift your frequency even slightly, you move into a new strand of the quantum film reel. You begin to witness different results, meet different people, experience different feedback. This is not because reality changed. It's because you changed the version you are tuned to. So how do you shift the strand? By training your observation to align with a new version of yourself, even when the current version screams for attention. This is the key. You must hold attention on the desired reality more consistently than the default one. Not once, not twice, relentlessly, because repetition reprograms reality. The versions of you that you don't observe don't disappear. They remain in waiting, and when your signal matches theirs, you slide into their frequency. That's when you feel sudden inspiration, random opportunity, alignment that makes no logical sense. That's not luck. It's the result of having selected a new timeline, consciously or otherwise. This brings us to the most uncomfortable realization. If you're not living the life you want, it's not because it doesn't exist. It's because you've been unconsciously observing a version of you that doesn't want it or doesn't believe it's possible. The shift begins when you stop trying to change reality and start changing your attention, not to escape this version, but to observe a better one long enough that it becomes dominant. Next, we will unfold something that changes everything you thought about your attention. You now understand that infinite versions exist. Now learn how the act of simply watching one possibility activates it into form and locks out all others. We're about to unlock the most misunderstood force in quantum living, the observer effect, and how your attention shapes the future whether you like it or not. Let's move forward. By now, it's clear that infinite versions of you exist. But only one is being experienced, the one you're observing. That brings us face to face with one of the most significant mechanics in all of quantum existence, the observer effect. This isn't theoretical. It isn't up for debate. It's proven. When something is observed, it behaves differently. When particles are watched, they shift their behavior. They stop being waves of potential and become particles, fixed, specific, definite. And attention, that's not just passive awareness. It is the active force that selects. When you direct your attention toward something, you activate it. You collapse it. You freeze one potential reality into actual experience. And eliminate all the others from your view, not because they disappear, but because your observation has said, this one is real. Let's go further. Your attention is not a spotlight. It's a selection tool. It chooses which version of life gets energy and which does not, which identity becomes dominant, and which remains dormant. The universe, in its rawest form, is chaos. It is pure possibility. It is vibration without form. The moment you look at it through a thought, a belief, an expectation, a reaction, it molds into what you are observing. And once molded, it must conform to what you've selected until you shift your focus. That's why repeating patterns feel inescapable. Because attention becomes habit. And habit becomes identity. And identity becomes magnet. What you focus on doesn't just grow, it forms. This is more than mindset. This is quantum mechanics in action. You don't need faith. You don't need imagination. You need attention that refuses to wobble. Let's dismantle the biggest misconception here. Most believe the observer effect is only about measurement in labs, that it's abstract, scientific, irrelevant to daily life. But that's false. Your attention is constantly measuring your world, sizing it up, comparing it, labeling it, defining it. Every judgment you make about your experience is a form of measurement. And with each one, you collapse a version of reality. When you say, this is hard, you measure that version into form. When you say, I'm always unlucky, you measure that version into dominance. When you think, I'm not ready yet, the quantum field agrees and delivers a life that proves it. There is no neutrality in attention. You are always selecting, always activating, always confirming. So if you're not happy with what's showing up, don't fight the result. Shift the measurement. Change the version you're giving attention to. Now here's the secret most never realize. You don't get what you want. You get what your attention proves. And your attention proves through certainty. The universe doesn't read your intentions. It reads your stabilization. It reads your unwavering energetic certainty that a version of you is real, even if it's not visible yet. That's why people who act like something is already theirs often receive it before those who try harder. They've collapsed a version of reality by watching it as real before anyone else can see it. The field doesn't care about fairness. It cares about frequency alignment. And observation is how you align. Let's ground this. You want to shift timelines? You must hold attention on a version of life where your desire is not just probable. It's already integrated. This isn't mental rehearsal. It's energetic rehearsal. Every time you bring your attention back to that version, even if it's just in thought, you strengthen it. Every time you check for evidence too soon, you weaken it. And this is the game most lose. They let their attention follow their senses. But your senses are delayed. By the time something appears, it's old news. It's the echo of attention you gave days, weeks, or months ago. To lead your life consciously, you must let attention run ahead of results. You must train it to hold focus on what is becoming, not what is. This requires a shift in inner authority. You must stop taking your current life as evidence and start taking your observation as the command, because that's what it is. When you observe a new outcome with energetic certainty, you're commanding the field to reorganize. That reorganization may take time in the physical, but not in the energetic. The moment you lock in your focus, the field begins collapsing possibilities around it. and your world starts rearranging to match your inner measurement. You are not at the mercy of circumstance. Circumstance is at the mercy of your attention. The reason you haven't seen radical changes yet is not because the universe is slow, but because your observation is still wobbling, still second-guessing, still peeking over your shoulder to make sure it's working. That's not observation, that's doubt. And doubt measures aversion where nothing changes. The field listens. It always does. So where does this take us? To the silent force that shapes what you even allow yourself to observe. You now understand that observation is the root of reality. But here's the twist. You're not observing freely. You're filtering your entire perception through something hidden. And unless you bring it into light, it will continue to distort your attention and select timelines on your behalf, ones you don't want but keep activating. Let's uncover it now. You've now grasped that observation shapes your reality, that what you consistently look at, internally or externally, becomes the dominant experience of your life. But what if your observation isn't even yours? What if what you think you're observing is actually being filtered through a silent operating system? That's exactly what's happening. Welcome to one of the most dangerous and powerful aspects of quantum reality, the unseen filter of belief. Belief isn't what you think is true. It's what your subconscious has accepted as real, regardless of whether it's logical, fair, or accurate. And this belief system acts like a lens that colors everything you perceive. Here's the problem. You cannot observe something that your belief system has ruled out, not because it doesn't exist, but because your mind won't even let it register as real. That's why some people miss opportunities while others spot them instantly. That's why one person can walk into a room and feel supported, while another walks into the same room and feels invisible. They're not responding to the world. They're responding to the filter on their observation. Let's go deeper. You are observing your life through a filter created by years of pattern recognition, experiences, traumas, wins, losses, reinforcement loops. This filter is not neutral. It's biased toward what you've already lived. So even when something new is available, your filter often blocks it out, not to sabotage you but to keep you familiar. Your subconscious craves safety, and safety to the subconscious means repetition, even if that repetition is painful. This is the invisible glitch in manifestation. You affirm new realities. You visualize change. You try to hold new observations. But your filter blocks those new inputs before they ever stabilize, and redirects your attention back to the old reality. That's why you feel stuck. Not because you aren't observing, but because you're not aware that your observation is rigged. Think of it like this. You're watching a movie screen. You believe you're seeing everything available, but there's a tinted lens in front of the projector. That lens changes how you perceive the story, the characters, the lighting, even the ending. And unless you remove or shift the lens, no matter what movie you try to play, the result will always feel the same. That lens is belief. Beliefs are not facts. They're energetic agreements. They're conclusions your system has drawn based on past emotion, not future potential. And the more emotionally intense the experience was, the deeper the belief was installed. This is why trauma filters are some of the hardest to overwrite. Because they weren't logical. They were energetic, and so they shape your observation at a core frequency. But here's the liberating truth. Beliefs are not fixed. They feel permanent because they're automatic, but they are simply habits of perception. And like any habit, they can be replaced, not by logic, but by new emotional observation. Every time you feel a new possibility, not just think it, but feel it with authority, you begin creating a new lens. And if you repeat that feeling long enough, it overrides the old one. Your filter updates, and suddenly new outcomes seem to appear. They were always there, you just couldn't see them until your lens allowed it. So how do you begin shifting the filter? Start by observing your reactions. What do you automatically expect to go wrong? Where do you assume resistance will appear? What versions of yourself do you believe you'll return to no matter what? These aren't just thoughts. They're the architecture of your observation filter. Now begin choosing emotional inputs that contradict those beliefs. If your filter says, money always runs out, start observing from the emotion of, there's more than enough, not just thinking it, but training your body to feel safe in that reality. Do it long enough and your filter will adjust. And once it does, your observation changes. And once observation changes, the timeline must follow. This is not instant, but it is certain. Belief doesn't shift because of proof. It shifts because of consistent emotional experience. You don't wait to believe after you receive. You believe and receive because of it. The quantum field does not test your sincerity. It responds to your stabilization. And belief is how you stabilize observation long enough to change your life. Now that you've exposed the filter, the next realization unlocks one of the most mysterious truths in quantum transformation. Reality is not out there. It's a mirror. And it bends to match not your desires, but your internal expectations. You're about to see how your assumptions don't just influence life, they shape the mirror of the universe itself. Let's move forward. By now, you've uncovered the fact that belief isn't just a personal thought pattern. It's the lens through which all observation occurs. That lens determines not only what you allow yourself to see, but what the universe reflects back. It's time to expand that even further, because reality at its most responsive level is not a landscape. It's a mirror, and like any mirror, it reflects not what you want, not what you think you deserve, but what you expect. Expectation is the hidden code you broadcast, not verbally, not even consciously, but energetically, through the tone of your identity, through the posture of your assumptions, through the microsignals you radiate every moment. And the universe, unflinching, neutral, immediate, reflects that signal. This is where the game gets real. Expectation is more than belief. Belief is about what you hold to be true. Expectation is what you assume will happen next, even before you finish a thought. It's the instant script your nervous system writes when something unfolds. It's not just, I believe abundance exists. It's, I expect that abundance is what comes next for me. And that slight shift from belief to expectation is where the mirror changes shape. Let's make this practical. You might say, I'm visualizing success, or I'm manifesting my ideal partner. But if you secretly expect things to fall through, if your inner narrative still whispers, this probably won't last, then your mirror doesn't reflect your desire. It reflects your expectation of disappointment. This is not punishment. This is precision. The field isn't trying to teach you a lesson. It's reflecting back the strongest signal you send. This is why two people can have the same skills, the same resources, the same goals, and see radically different results. The difference isn't in talent. It's in the mirror they carry. One walks through life expecting doors to open. The other walks prepared to be shut out. The universe listens to both equally, because the mirror doesn't choose favorites. It just reflects. Now here's the part that few are willing to confront. You can't fake expectation. You can't affirm your way past a nervous system that still expects the worst. Because energy doesn't lie. And the quantum mirror responds only to what you expect when no one's watching. When the affirmation ends. When the nervous system tightens. When the moment feels neutral. In that moment, what do you actually expect? That's the image the mirror reflects. So how do you change it? You must condition expectation like a muscle. You train yourself to expect the outcome you choose, not by shouting louder, but by grounding it deeper. Start small. Shift one assumption. If your default is, it's going to be hard, change it to ease is normal. If your pattern is, they always leave, switch it to loyalty is familiar. Not as a slogan, but as an energetic default. The mirror changes not when you speak differently, but when you expect differently without effort. There is a key realization here that unlocks the entire game. Expectation doesn't create, selects. You're not building your life from scratch. You are selecting one version of it from the infinite potentials available, and expectation is the cursor that highlights the chosen file. The moment you expect something consistently, the universe begins aligning the props, the players, the plot, and delivers the outcome that matches the highlighted file. That's not magic. That's mechanics. So check your current mirror. What is life reflecting back at you? Do you constantly meet people who betray you? You're carrying an expectation of being discarded. Do you consistently face money issues? Your system may still expect struggle. These aren't failures. They're feedback. The mirror is neutral. Its job isn't to affirm your value. It's to reflect your frequency. You don't fix the reflection by shouting at the glass. You fix the reflection by shifting the signal. Let's go one step deeper. The universe as a mirror has no bias, but it has precision. It's a feedback loop that locks in faster the more consistent your expectation becomes. Once expectation stabilizes, the mirror doesn't just reflect it, it accelerates it. That's why people who carry empowered expectations tend to compound their success. They're not luckier, they're aligned longer, and that alignment turns possibility into probability, and probability into pattern. When your pattern changes, your entire timeline rewrites itself. And this is where you begin to collapse possibility into the moment. Not hope for it, not wait for it. Collapse it with the force of focused expectation. Next, you'll learn exactly how reality locks around the version of life you observe. You now understand the mirror reflects your internal certainty. Now it's time to take that certainty and freeze it into form, so the universe no longer has a choice but to comply. Let's move forward. You've now begun to understand that reality collapses around what you consistently observe. But there's something deeper at work. A hidden mechanism that's been active every moment of your life. A mechanism that most people misinterpret completely. Because for your entire life, you've been conditioned to believe your brain records reality. Like a camera, that's false. Your brain isn't capturing the world. It's projecting it. And until you realize this, you will continue to treat your experiences as permanent, fixed, objective, when in fact, they are the result of your internal projection. The camera model of perception is passive. It says, I'm just recording what's happening. That mindset breeds powerlessness. It suggests that external events define your life, and your only job is to cope with them. But your brain doesn't work like that. It doesn't simply store what's real. It interprets, edits, shapes, filters, and most importantly, it predicts. Prediction is projection, and projection is what gives form to the version of reality you experience. Neurologically speaking, the majority of your brain activity at any given moment isn't responding to stimuli, it's anticipating it. That means what you're seeing isn't what's there. It's what your mind expects to be there. It's what your belief filter assumes is coming. Your past patterns combine with present data and fire off predictions, which then become your experience. Your brain is generating what you call reality, not just interpreting it. And what it generates is almost entirely based on the model you've already installed. This is the projector principle. So ask yourself, what film are you playing? What images does your mind default to? What outcomes do you predict before anything even unfolds? If you expect betrayal, you will find evidence of it. If you expect struggle, your brain will tune your awareness to confirm it. If you expect stagnation, your decisions will reinforce it. Not because you're weak, but because your projector is casting those stories onto the world. You think you're watching your life unfold, but you're watching a movie your brain is projecting. And unless you switch the film, the scenes don't change. Now let's go even deeper. Your projector doesn't just cast imagery. It broadcasts frequency. Each thought you think carries an emotional charge. That charge creates a vibrational output. That output becomes the tuning fork for your external world. That's not wishful thinking. That's resonance. And resonance is law. You don't attract what you want. You attract what matches your internal broadcast. So when your mind projects fear, it tunes the world to match. When your mind projects certainty, it reorganizes your experience accordingly. This is not imagination. It's energetic engineering. And you are the engineer every moment. This explains why some people seem to always experience chaos, even when they do the work. They haven't changed the projector. They've just put new affirmations on top of old films. Their subconscious model of reality is still the same, and the projector plays it faithfully. If you want new outcomes, stop adjusting the scenery. Change the source. Change the lens. Change the storyline. Project something so consistently that the world has no choice but to reflect it back. This is why visualization, when done correctly, is so powerful. Not because the universe rewards imagination, but because focused mental imagery trains your projector to broadcast a different signal. One that matches the version of life you choose to live. And once that signal stabilizes, reality conforms. The projector sets the tone, and the field follows. Here's where most people fail to apply this. They wait for evidence before switching the projection. But that's the camera model sneaking back in. They say, "I'll believe I'm successful once I see the proof." But the projector can't work that way. It doesn't receive the image, it creates it. So if you don't shift the projection, the proof never arrives. Because the signal never changed. And the mirror just keeps reflecting the same movie. To switch the projector, you must stop letting your senses control the script. You must become aware of your internal dialogue. Not just in peak moments, but in every interaction. How do you describe yourself? What identity do you rehearse when no one is around? What assumptions do you project onto others? What outcomes do you pre-live in your head before taking action? These aren't passive thoughts. They are frame selectors. They dictate the scene that plays next. And if your internal film is stale, your life will be too. So here's the practice. Each morning, before the day can hijack your attention, run a conscious reel. Select a version of yourself you want to project. Feel the frequency of that identity. Not just the image, the tone of their world, their posture, their focus, their certainty. Let your body acclimate to it. Then hold that projection not as fantasy but as standard. And if reality doesn't match it yet, remind yourself. The projector plays first. The feedback comes second. You're not waiting for life to show you who you are. You're telling life who you are through what you project. And when your projection stabilizes, time bends, people shift, and the circumstances that once resisted you begin to respond. Not because you earned it, but because you stopped contradicting your signal. And the mirror finally had something new to reflect. Now that you understand the projector principle, it's time to accelerate. You've seen how thoughts collapse timelines. You've seen how your signal selects reality. Now learn how to fold time itself and skip the slow crawl of personal evolution. Let's move forward. You've been told that growth takes time, that becoming your highest self is a slow, linear journey, that healing, success, transformation all unfold according to fixed timelines. That's false. Linear time is a surface illusion. In quantum reality, time is not a line. It's a selection menu. And once you understand how to collapse time, you no longer need to work your way to your next version. You can lock into it immediately and let time conform to you. This is not skipping steps. It's collapsing unnecessary detours. It's bypassing delay by anchoring into the frequency of the final version now. Let's break this open. Time in the classical model is movement from point A to point B. Childhood to adulthood. Poverty to wealth. Insecurity to confidence. But that's not how the quantum field works. In the field, every outcome exists now. Every version of you already exists now. What we call progress is simply a shift in observation from one version to another. You're not traveling through time. You're selecting versions. And the illusion of distance of time only exists because your identity hasn't shifted yet. So what collapses time? Frequency. The moment your inner world matches the state of your desired outcome, time must fold. The field responds not to how long you've waited, but how clearly you observe the end result as already present. And when that observation stabilizes, the in-between disappears. That's when people say things like, "It happened overnight." Didn't. They just collapse time by holding the end result as already real. Let's translate this. Instead of asking, "How long will it take to be confident?" ask, "What version of me is already confident? And how do I lock into their state today?" Instead of saying, "I'll be wealthy in 5 years," say, "There's a version of me who already lives in abundance, and I am that version now." You're not pretending. You're selecting. You're skipping the long staircase and taking the elevator through identity convergence. and identity is the key to collapsing time. This is uncomfortable for people who are attached to the idea that effort equals worth. Because time collapse doesn't reward struggle. It rewards alignment, and alignment is not earned. It's chosen. This doesn't mean effort isn't required, but the most potent form of effort is energetic, holding your state as if the shift already occurred. That kind of consistency warps time. It makes the impossible normal, because the field always responds to stabilization, not deserving. Now here's where things get precise. You can't collapse time through wishful thinking. You must activate the physiology of the final version now. That means breathing like them, speaking like them, walking like them, thinking like them, not to impress the world, but to tell your field, this is real. When your body matches the frequency of the future, your timeline updates, and your external world is forced to reorganize. So ask yourself, who is the version of you that already has the result? What does their nervous system feel like? What decisions do they make? What do they no longer tolerate? What do they say yes to? Those answers are not inspirational. They are instructional. They are the manual for your next selection. And if followed consistently, they collapse time. Let's clarify a critical point. You don't collapse time by escaping effort. You collapse it by collapsing resistance, by eliminating all the wobble, all the second-guessing, all the identity confusion. That's what causes delay. Not the universe, not bad luck, not blocks, just incoherent observation. The more coherent your frequency, the faster time bends, because the field reads clarity, and clarity selects. So the question becomes, how long will you keep observing from your past? From your trauma? From your delays? From your memory? Every second you do, you confirm the old timeline. But the moment you stop needing confirmation and start broadcasting certainty, the field bends, time collapses, and the version you've been waiting for meets you now. Next, we meet the core of all time collapse, your identity frequency. Because once you shift who you think you are, the timeline has no choice but to shift with you. Let's move forward. You've just learned that time can collapse the moment you align with the frequency of the version of you that already has what you want. But what defines that frequency? What anchors it? What determines how fast or how slowly you shift into a new reality? One word: identity. Not personality, not behavior. Identity. Because your identity isn't just who you think you are. It's the broadcast frequency that tells the universe what kind of experiences to send you. It's your energetic signature, and that signature overrides effort, talent, goals, and even intention. You don't experience life based on what you're trying to become. You experience life based on who you believe you already are. And that belief forms a loop. It tells your brain what to notice, your body how to feel, your decisions what to choose, and your reality what to reflect. Your identity isn't reacting to your life. It's creating it. Every outcome in your world is the byproduct of your identity frequency being reflected back. Let's ground this. You don't have money problems. You have identity misalignment with abundance. You don't have relationship drama. You have identity resonance with instability. You don't have a confidence issue. You have identity dissonance with your true power. When your identity broadcasts uncertainty, the universe cannot deliver anything consistent. Because inconsistency is exactly what matches your signal. But when identity locks in fully, unwaveringly, reality can't help but organize itself around the new signal. That's not philosophy. That's energetic law. Now here's the part most people never consider. Your identity is not defined by your circumstances. It's defined by your repetition. You may think, this is just how I am. But who told you that? Who repeated that phrase until it became internalized? Who rewarded certain traits and punished others? Your identity was built like a program, through emotional reinforcement and repeated confirmation. And if it was installed through repetition, it can be rewritten the same way. So the real question isn't, how do I become successful? The question is, can I consistently observe myself as the one who already is? Because once that observation stabilizes, Your thoughts, emotions, and behaviors realign. Not because you force them, but because they can't not follow your dominant identity frequency. Identity determines access, and your current level of access to peace, power, opportunity, connection is a reflection of what version of yourself is holding the controls. This explains why change can feel so hard. Because you're not trying to change actions, you're trying to override an identity that's been reinforced thousands of times. But the mistake most make is trying to erase the old identity. You don't need to erase anything. You just need to out-frequency it. And that starts with this. Every day you wake up, choose who's broadcasting. Is it the version of you who needs proof? Or the version who is the proof? Is it the one who's afraid of loss? Or the one who already lives in overflow? Every micro-choice is a frequency shift. Each one tells the field, this is who I am now. And when that frequency is consistent, identity rewires. Not slowly, completely. So where does that leave the past? Let it be irrelevant. The field doesn't keep score. It doesn't care how long you struggled, how often you failed, or how many patterns you repeated. It listens to what's active now. And what's active is the version you stabilize your identity inside of. Let the past echo if it must. You don't have to engage with it. You're not responsible for the identity you inherited. But you are fully responsible for the identity you activate now. Let's zoom in on something essential. Identity is not built in your mind. It's felt in your body. This means if you try to declare a new identity but your nervous system rejects it, if your breath shortens, your gut tightens, or your thoughts spiral, your declaration won't hold, because identity must be safe to be real. This is why regulating your nervous system is part of quantum work. You can't embody an identity that your body feels threatened by. So the goal isn't just to think like your highest self. It's to train your nervous system to feel that being them is safe. That's how frequency holds. So, start with this. Who do you want to be, not 5 years from now, but right now? And what does their frequency feel like? Their breath? Their focus? Their posture? Their decisiveness? Their expectations? Get specific. Because if you can't feel it, you can't broadcast it. And if you can't broadcast it, the universe can't mirror it. Remember, the field doesn't respond to your goals. It responds to your identity frequency. So shift identity, and your timeline must shift with it. Next, we move even closer to that future version, not as a concept, but as a real, living frequency. You now understand that identity broadcasts your life. Next, you'll meet the version of you who already lives the timeline you've been chasing, and learn how to lock into their signal now. Let's move forward. You've now seen how identity is not fixed. It's a signal you stabilize through repetition, sensation, and belief. But where is the highest version of you? Not the one you imagine on vision boards or write about in journals, but the version that already exists right now, living in the reality you crave. That version isn't a fantasy. It's active. It's present. It's vibrating on a frequency you simply haven't tuned into consistently yet. Your highest self isn't ahead of you. It's parallel to you, waiting to be observed. This isn't self-help talk. This is physics. The quantum field contains every version of you, not in the future, but right now. The only thing separating you from that version is your attention. You've been taught to think in terms of distance, but in quantum terms, distance doesn't matter. Vibration does. You are not trying to reach your highest self. You are trying to match it. And the moment the frequency aligns, the version becomes active. Not in theory, in experience. So what does this mean? It means that every breakthrough you want has already occurred, for the version of you who made it real. And that version can be accessed not by working harder, but by attuning to their frequency. Start by asking, what does that version know that I've been unwilling to accept? What emotions are normalized in their life? What problems have they outgrown? What thoughts no longer enter their mind? What are they no longer available for? These answers are not philosophical, they are coordinates. They are clues to the signal you must match. Now let's clarify something important. Your highest self is not perfect. They don't live in eternal bliss. They're not detached from challenge. But they are aligned. They've stabilized their frequency. They don't wobble under pressure. They don't need to prove anything. They observe from certainty, not craving. And their world mirrors that back. This is what you're reaching for. Not an aesthetic, a resonance. Not a lifestyle, a level of awareness. So where do you find this version? In the moments between your distractions. In the pause before you react. In the breath before you choose. Your highest self is always near, but rarely loud. They don't shout to be seen. They wait for silence. Because that's where frequency stabilizes. The closer you get to neutrality, the easier they become to access. Not because they're far, but because noise keeps you blind to them. Stillness is their amplifier. Try this. For the next 24 hours, carry this phrase. Is this thought coming from my highest self? If the answer is no, shift it. Not with force, with frequency. Ask instead, what would they think right now? What would they say? What would they no longer need to control? Each shift, no matter how small, tunes the dial closer. And when you've held that frequency long enough, you become them. Not as a moment, as a baseline. You've been thinking of your highest self as a destination. They're not. They're a frequency broadcast. And you can step into that frequency not by changing the world, but by refusing to broadcast the old one. When the old identity fades and the new signal holds, you don't become your future self. You remember that you were always them. You just hadn't observed it consistently yet. And this is the hidden truth. You are not on a journey of becoming. You are on a process of selective observation. And your highest self is simply the version of you that holds the right observation longer than the old one. When that happens, collapse completes. And you no longer need to chase results. Because you've stabilized the version of you who already lives them. Next, we'll expose why you've blocked this version, even when you've wanted it. You now know where your highest self is broadcasting. Now learn why the universe already said yes, and why your subconscious keeps saying no. Let's move forward. You've now seen that your highest self isn't somewhere out of reach. That version of you is alive, broadcasting, and waiting for alignment. But here's the contradiction that keeps you stuck. The universe already said yes, and you're the one saying no. This isn't a guess. It's not a dramatic metaphor. It's an energetic fact. You've made requests. You've visualized. You've decided what you want. And the quantum field, with infinite capacity, responded instantly. Because in the realm of frequency, there is no delay. There is only match or mismatch. And the moment you declared your preference, the field responded. That was your yes. So why haven't you received it? Because every time the field sent a signal, your identity, your emotions, your language, or your nervous system blocked the transmission. You asked for alignment, but rejected what it required. Let's clarify something vital. The universe never delays. The delay is your hesitation to stabilize the version of you that can receive the outcome. This means that desire is not something you're waiting for. It's something you've already summoned. The signal has already been transmitted. But instead of saying yes with your focus, your body, and your assumptions, you've been saying no through fear, through checking for evidence, through doubting the timeline. And the field listens, not to your words, but to your dominant vibration. So what does saying no actually look like? It's not always conscious. It's subtle. It sounds like, I want this, but what if it doesn't work? I'm ready, but maybe I need to wait a little longer. I trust the process. But let me double-check everything just in case. Each of those thoughts is a hidden no. They're hesitation signals. They tell the field you're not locked in. And if you're not locked in, the outcome can't lock into you. Here's the real cost of a hidden no. Every time you wobble, you delay stabilization. And when you delay stabilization, the field doesn't know what to reflect. So it mirrors your inconsistency. And you call that nothing's happening. But something is happening. The field is matching the only stable signal you're sending. Contradiction. This is why breakthroughs feel sudden. Not because the universe finally decided, but because you stopped saying no. You stopped wobbling. You stopped needing reassurance. You chose without needing proof. And in that moment, your timeline solidified. That's when results accelerate. That's when people show up. That's when momentum floods in. Not as reward, but as reflection. Let's go deeper. There's a subconscious reason you've been saying no. Even though you consciously want to shift, your nervous system still associates your current life with safety. Not joy, not fulfillment. Safety. Because safety to your subconscious doesn't mean thriving, it means familiar. And the moment you start aligning with something unfamiliar, even if it's better, your system starts rejecting it. This rejection isn't personal. It's protective, but it's also outdated, and it's costing you the very life you asked for. So how do you reverse it? Start by identifying where your subconscious is still broadcasting, "This is safer than the unknown." Where are you choosing familiarity over expansion? What belief are you still protecting? What version of yourself are you afraid to outgrow? Every single one of those is a hidden no. They don't need shame, they need replacement. Replacement starts with new evidence, but not from the outside, from you. When you hold a new behavior, when you make a decision from the future version, when you feel certainty before proof, you send a new signal. Your nervous system starts to realize, oh, this is safe too. And when safety shifts, permission is granted. Suddenly, the yes that the universe has been holding for you finds a landing place. And reality changes. You've been thinking you're waiting on timing. But timing is a reflection of readiness to receive. And readiness is not about deserving. It's about frequency availability. If the signal isn't available, the yes can't transmit. So it's not about becoming more worthy. It's about becoming more receptive. So here's the shift. You stop asking for alignment, and you start preparing for it. You stop saying please to the universe, and you start saying thank you, as if the result already happened. Because in the field, it did. You're not manifesting. You're aligning with the yes that was already activated the moment you decided. Now, to fully stabilize this shift, we must address the timeline where your blocks originated. You've said no because of past experiences. But what if those experiences weren't final? What if the past wasn't fixed, but flexible? You now understand that the yes is always available. Next, we move into mental time travel and show you how to rewrite the past in a way that reshapes the future. Let's move forward. The universe already said yes, and the only reason you didn't receive it is because you kept broadcasting no, often from old emotional blueprints you didn't know you were still carrying. But where did those blueprints come from? The past. More specifically, the version of the past you keep reliving in your mind. The version that says, it didn't work before. The version that says, this always happens to me. The version that says, I guess this is just who I am. But here's the radical truth almost no one fully applies. The past is not fixed. It's a selected version of memory that you keep activating. And every time you remember it, every time you replay it, you reobserve that version of yourself. You feed it. You recollapse it. You energize a past timeline and then wonder why the future feels stuck. This is not poetic. It's neurological. The brain doesn't store memories like files. It reconstructs them each time you recall them. This means that memory is editable. And when you edit the memory, not by lying, but by reframing your observation of it, you change the emotional signature you're broadcasting from that point forward. That emotional signature is what tells the field how to treat you. So if you keep projecting pain, shame, or regret from an old memory, the field matches it. Again and again. But when you update the signal, the loop breaks. Let's go further. Mental time travel is not nostalgia. It's not getting lost in the past. It's intentional. You return to the moment not to relive it, but to reframe the meaning you gave it. You change the lens. You shift the observer identity. You say, I am no longer the one who was abandoned. I am the one who became unshakable. You say, that failure didn't define me. It revealed what needed to collapse. You don't deny the event. You change your relationship with it. And once that relationship shifts, your projection shifts with it. You can go back to any version of your past and observe it from your highest self. That's not fantasy. That's quantum alignment. You bring the future self, the one who already healed, into the scene. and you let them witness the moment. That alone creates timeline modification, because the observation has changed, and observation is everything. So how do you do it? Here's the practice. Identify a moment that still carries energetic charge, something that defined a belief or behavior you're trying to outgrow. Enter that memory not as a victim but as a visitor. Let your highest self observe the moment with neutrality. Introduce a new meaning, one that supports growth, power, and clarity. Anchor a new emotional tone into the memory, not to fake it, but to free it. You don't erase the past. You rewire its power, and the version of you that emerged from it changes frequency. You've believed for too long that what happened can't be undone. But in the quantum field, what you observe defines what you inherit. If you observe a painful memory from a wounded identity, you inherit the pain. If you observe it from a sovereign identity, you inherit the wisdom. This is the core of timeline healing. You don't change the story. You change who's watching it. And here's the secret ripple effect. Once the emotional signature of your past changes, the trajectory of your future updates. Because the field no longer needs to compensate for the trauma you were carrying. It no longer has to mirror back the old expectation. The loop is closed. The file is rewritten. And the version of you that gets to move forward is no longer bound to the vibration of who you used to be. You now have the ability to choose what your past means. And that meaning projects forward. It alters the way you speak, move, trust, create, and receive. You're not healing to fix yourself. You're updating your frequency so the field has a new template to mirror. This is quantum alignment, and it works in both directions, forward and backward. Next, we explore the phenomenon you've already sensed. You often feel the truth of something before it happens. You now understand how to rewire the past. Next, we reveal why signals from future timelines leak into your present, and how to use those signals as proof you're on the right path. Let's move forward. You've now revisited the past and seen how updating your observation reshapes the trajectory of your life. But there's something extraordinary you've likely already experienced. Moments when you felt a truth long before it materialized. Moments when something unseen felt undeniable, even without evidence. That wasn't luck. That wasn't fantasy. That was frequency leakage from a parallel reality. And yes, parallel realities are real. Not conceptually, not theoretically. They are the foundational structure of the quantum field. Right now, at this very moment, there are infinite versions of you living infinite variations of life. They're not behind glass. They're not separated by time. They are all equally valid, equally real, equally alive. The version of you who already lives your dream, they exist now. And when you tune into their frequency, even for a moment, you feel it as truth. That spark of knowing, that flash of alignment, that whisper of "this is mine." That's not imagination. That's energetic proximity. Let's strip this down. Every time you experience a moment of deep intuition, when you just know something is meant for you, it's not guesswork. It's resonance. You're not seeing the future. You're touching it. You're brushing against the vibration of a version of reality that already exists. And your system recognizes it. It doesn't need proof. It doesn't need logic. Because energy precedes evidence. You may be wondering, if I can feel it, why don't I live it yet? Here's the answer. Feeling is contact, but not collapse. You felt it because your attention momentarily tuned in to that reality. But you didn't stay long enough to lock it in. You didn't stabilize your frequency. You didn't collapse that timeline into the now. And so, you drifted back into the version of life your system knows best. This isn't failure. It's navigation feedback. Your emotions are not random. They're not just reactions to what's happening. They're radar signals. They tell you when your current frequency matches or mismatches a version of you already alive in the quantum field. When you feel joy for no reason. When inspiration floods you without context. When a desire hits you with crystal clarity. Those are signs you're touching the edge of a parallel you. And your job is to lock attention there. Because attention is the mechanism that selects. And sustained attention is what collapses. Parallel realities are not far away. They're overlaying your current one, like transparent films stacked on top of each other. And the one you interact with is simply the one that resonates with your current identity. This means you don't need to build a better life. You just need to shift the film you're watching through. The version of you who's already confident, already in motion, already broadcasting, already leaving you breadcrumbs in the form of feelings. Follow those feelings not with analysis but with trust, because they are not random. They are invitations. This leads to a profound shift. Start treating inspiration like a signal, not a suggestion. That flash of a future that lights you up, it's not motivation, it's recognition. It's your system saying, I've touched a timeline where this is real. And the more you respond to it, act on it, breathe into it, the more you strengthen the signal. And the stronger the signal, the more that version of you becomes dominant. Until eventually, the current version dissolves, and the one you touched becomes the one you live. This also explains why some timelines feel hollow, lifeless, or stagnant, because your system is whispering, this is no longer a match. That discomfort is not failure. It's a redirect. Your energy is pulling toward a version of life with higher coherence, one that contains more of your potential. But unless you shift your observation, you stay stuck in the echo of a reality that's already expired. So how do you use this? You begin to trust your inner signals more than your outer circumstances. You stop needing proof that something is right. You feel it, and that's enough. You stop waiting for signs and start recognizing that you are the sign. Your emotional responses are markers. They don't always make sense to your logic, but they are always accurate to your energy. And energy is what the universe reads. You've had access to dozens of parallel realities your entire life. You've touched them in daydreams. You've glimpsed them in déjà vu. You've felt their presence in moments when time seemed to blur and possibility felt sharp. These weren't flukes. They were frequency pings. And now you know how to respond. Not by asking, how do I get there? But by saying, this version is already real, and I'm aligning with it now. Not someday. Now. You now understand that emotion is the breadcrumb trail. Let's make that more exact. You're about to discover how emotion is more than reaction. It's direction. You now know why truth can be felt before it's seen. Next, we'll reveal how emotion becomes your GPS for timeline selection and how to use feeling as a tool for quantum navigation. Let's move forward. You've just witnessed the evidence. Your system can feel the pull of parallel timelines long before they appear. Now it's time to translate that pull into something actionable, something you can use. That something is emotion, but not as you've been taught. Emotion isn't weakness. It's not noise. It's not just the reaction to your circumstances. It's your guidance system, a built-in, real-time navigational interface showing you whether you're currently tuning into a version of reality that expands you or contracts you. This is not metaphor. This is frequency awareness. Emotion is the energetic language of alignment. When you feel contraction, fear, dread, anxiety, that's not just discomfort. It's feedback. It's your system saying, this timeline doesn't match your highest trajectory. And when you feel peace, clarity, certainty, even if nothing outside of you has changed, that's alignment. That's your signal. This frequency is correct. Stay here. Emotion is not a result. It's a guidepost. And once you understand this, you stop suppressing your feelings and start using them. Let's make this real. You wake up and feel unease. Not full panic. Just a subtle discomfort. That's not your fault. It's not a bad start. It's a signal. Ask, what version of me is being observed right now? Because your emotion is showing you which version of you your attention is currently collapsed into. And you can shift that in the moment. No waiting. No fixing. Just recalibrating your attention to a version of you that feels better. Because that version is already available. And emotion is the compass that points to it. So how do you use emotional guidance consciously? You pause when you feel the wobble. You don't panic. You don't numb it. You locate the source. Not the story, the frequency. Ask yourself, what would I be feeling right now if I were living the timeline I choose? Then breathe into that. Feel it, even if it feels unfamiliar, especially if it does. Because every time you hold that unfamiliar frequency, you reinforce the new timeline. You're not just feeling, you're navigating. The mistake most people make? They interpret emotion as reality. They feel doubt and decide the shift isn't working. They feel fear and assume it's a warning. But fear isn't always truth. It's often just inertia, the system resisting frequency expansion. And the faster you move toward your highest timeline, the louder that resistance can get at first. So don't read emotion as proof. Read it as data. It's not telling you what is. It's showing you where you are pointing. Now let's bring this into practice. Anytime you feel low-energy emotions, don't suppress them. Track them. Trace the broadcast. What version of you is generating that signal? Is it the one who always feels unsupported? The one who feels they need to earn love? The one who's still trying to prove something? Those versions are real, but they're not required. And the moment you feel the charge, you've already started disentangling. Because you're witnessing, not identifying. Then, without force, shift your broadcast. Not by faking joy, but by choosing a better feeling frequency. Even slightly, even for a second. That shift, that choice to feel on purpose is quantum. Because it tells the field, I am no longer available for the old stream. And the field listens. Not immediately in circumstance, but instantly in alignment. The more you practice this, the faster you shift timelines. Because feeling is the fastest feedback tool you have. It doesn't lie. It doesn't delay. It doesn't wait for logic. It just shows you, with brutal honesty, whether the identity you're holding matches the life you're asking for. And that is the most powerful data you can have. This turns your entire day into a navigation dashboard. Every emotion becomes a map. Every trigger becomes a choice point. Every surge of joy becomes a breadcrumb trail. You stop needing signs, because you become the signal. And you trust that how you feel is the calibration tool for the timeline you're currently entering. Emotion is not the obstacle. It is the compass. And the moment you stop reacting to it and start partnering with it, your shifts accelerate. Because you're no longer asking, what's wrong with me? You're asking, where is my attention? And that question is how timelines change. You now know how to feel your way toward the future. Next, we'll distinguish between two paths that often get confused: wishing and observing. You've seen how feeling helps you select timelines. Next, you'll see how most people sabotage that selection by staying stuck in hope instead of activating the true observer frequency. Let's move forward. You now understand that your emotions are not reactions. They are signals. Signals from the version of you that is broadcasting your current experience. And when you follow those signals with precision, they guide you to your next timeline. But even with that clarity, there's a trap that almost everyone falls into. And that trap is wishing. Wishing is not the same as observing. In fact, wishing is often the very thing that blocks observation from activating the outcome you want. Wishing sounds innocent, sounds gentle, sounds hopeful. But energetically, wishing is rooted in separation. When you wish for something, you're saying, it's not here. When you wish for change, you're saying, I don't believe this version exists now. And the field, which listens only to your dominant signal, reflects that back. Not your words, your state. Wishing is a frequency of distance. Keeps your desire just out of reach. A mirage on the horizon. It reinforces the gap between you and the version of reality where your desire is already fulfilled. You keep projecting it forward. And the universe keeps obeying. It says, understood. We'll keep this just ahead. That's not resistance. That's mechanical compliance. You asked for separation and the field honored it. Now contrast that with observation. Observation says, this is already real. Observation says, I see it, I feel it, I accept it, not because it's in your current physical environment, but because you've chosen to collapse that version into your awareness, with such clarity, such stability, that the universe is forced to comply. Observation is the quantum selector. It's not hope. It's not potential. It's energetic recognition, and that's what bends timelines. Let's be precise. You can't observe and wish at the same time. Wishing is outer-focused. It waits for something to happen before it shifts state. Observation is inner-commanded. It shifts state, which then activates the outer to match. Wishing watches from lack. Observation chooses from wholeness. And the field mirrors both with exactness. This is why most people feel stuck. They believe they're aligning with their desires. But they're not. They're wishing for them. They're treating their desires like possibilities, not facts. They're feeling about the thing, not from the thing. And that energetic wobble blocks collapse. Not as punishment, as precision. To move out of wishing and into observation, you must retrain your internal posture. You stop looking toward what you want and start looking from it. This means shifting from, I hope this happens, to this is already occurring. From maybe it's on the way to, I'm stabilizing it now. That shift seems semantic, but it's seismic. It changes your energetic grid. It overrides the identity of the seeker and installs the identity of the receiver. And that identity is what the universe mirrors. Let's ground this in a real example. A person wishes for love. They write about it. They visualize. They hope. But in every moment of absence, their subconscious is saying, I don't have it yet. That statement becomes the dominant observation. And the field mirrors back situations that confirm that absence again and again. Now change the broadcast. Instead of wishing for love, they begin observing themselves as already loved. Not pretending, not acting, observing. They walk differently. They speak differently. They radiate certainty. And that frequency doesn't attract love. It activates the version of reality where love already is. And the mirror adjusts. Not later. Immediately. This principle applies to everything. Health, abundance, clarity, freedom. Stop wishing for outcomes. Start observing the version of you who already lives them. Even if it feels unfamiliar at first. Even if it feels like you're making it up. Because in the quantum field, that's not imagination, it's selection. And selection collapses timelines. Now here's where the process breaks down for most. They start observing. But then they peek. They check. They compare. They look for proof. And in doing so, they slide back into wishing. They tell the field, I still don't believe it's done. And the field says, understood. We'll keep it pending. You cannot collapse a timeline you're still auditioning. You must commit. You must decide, this version is true now. And when that becomes your energetic home, the universe responds without hesitation. You are not here to chase possibilities. You're here to collapse them. And that collapse happens the moment you shift from desire to decision. From distance to observation, the moment you stop hoping and start holding, not the thing itself, but the version of you who already has it. Now we shift from active creation to subtle awareness. You've seen how observation outpowers wishing. Next, we expose the quiet patterns that erode your power, even when you're doing everything right. They don't scream. They don't sabotage you openly, but they slowly bleed your energy and weaken your signal. You now understand the difference between hopeful delay and activated now. Next, learn to seal the energy leaks that sabotage even the most aligned frequency. Let's continue. You've now made the shift from wishing to observing, from hoping something will happen to holding the version of you that already has it. This creates stabilization. It builds magnetic force. It aligns the mirror of reality. But there's a hidden force that works against this, not with drama, but with erosion. That force is energetic leakage. And if you don't learn to spot it, it will silently dissolve the timelines you've been trying to collapse. Not because your intention isn't pure, but because your energy is being siphoned by unconscious patterns. Energetic leaks aren't loud. They don't scream, you're sabotaging yourself. They whisper, they distract, they drain. They feel like over-explaining yourself, justifying your worth, over-consuming information without applying it, compulsively checking for signs. needing others to understand your vision, revisiting decisions after you've made them, tolerating people or habits that lower your frequency, repeating emotional loops for validation. Each one seems small, harmless, maybe even rational, but together they weaken the charge of your field. They diffuse your signal, and a diffused signal can't collapse strong timelines. Let's clarify something crucial. You don't need to be perfect, but you must be coherent. Coherence is the consistency between thought, emotion, and action. And energetic leaks are anything that introduces contradiction into that triad. When your mind says yes, but your actions wobble. When your body says aligned, but your mouth says, let's wait and see. When your heart knows it's time, but your behavior still reflects fear. That contradiction opens gaps, and energy bleeds out. Most people think they lack power. They don't. They lack retention. They build momentum and lose it, not because they're lazy, because they're leaking energy in micropatterns. And the field responds by stalling, not to punish, to match, because the mirror only reflects a coherent image, and leaks distort the signal. Let's go deeper. Leakage often comes from one source: identity defense. The part of you still defending who you used to be, the version still needing approval, still explaining itself, still softening your clarity so others don't feel uncomfortable. Every time you do that, you reduce your frequency strength. You become detectable but not magnetic. And magnetism is what collapses timelines. Not information, not effort, not kindness. Magnetism. So how do you spot leaks? You ask yourself, where am I trying to be convincing? Where do I still seek reassurance? Where do I accept energy that leaves me dull? Where am I reacting to triggers I thought I outgrew? Each answer is a map, a place where your energy is seeping out through an unsealed identity. And once you spot the leak, you don't fight it. You seal it. How? By choosing truth over tolerance. By choosing integrity over agreement. By choosing alignment over approval. That's how you reclaim power. Not with intensity, with sovereignty. Now here's the part most people avoid. Sometimes the biggest leaks are in your comfort. The relationships you won't outgrow. The habits you won't retire. The environments you keep revisiting just for now. Leaks don't just come from bad things. They come from low-frequency familiarity. Things that don't look like sabotage but feel like energetic clutter. And that clutter keeps your timeline in standby mode. So here's the truth. If your energy isn't accelerating, it's leaking. There's no neutral. You're either charging the signal of the future you've chosen, or diffusing it with micro-compromises. And no collapse can hold in a field that's constantly flickering. The universe doesn't need you to be perfect, but it requires stabilization. And stabilization demands clean energy flow. This isn't about restriction. It's about refinement. You stop letting your energy pour into dead ends. You stop bleeding power to outdated beliefs. You stop reinforcing the identity that says, I need to be smaller so others feel safe. And when you stop leaking, your charge returns. Your magnetism sharpens. Your timeline picks up speed. Because the field can finally reflect a clear, undiluted frequency. So the question now is not, what do I want? The question is, where am I leaking? And the answer to that, once you address it, will unlock exponential coherence. You now know that observation collapses timelines. Next, you'll learn how to access future memory and pull information, emotion, and instruction from the version of you who already arrived. Let's move forward. You've sealed your energy. You've moved from wishing to observing. You've seen how emotional signals act as the GPS of the quantum field. But what if there's another layer of access available? One even more immediate, more potent, more direct. There is. And it lives in a place most people never think to explore. Future memory. Yes, memory from the future. Because in the quantum field, memory isn't a linear catalog of what's already happened. It's a resonance record of what's most energetically available to you. And once you understand that, you unlock a radical power. You can borrow memory from a timeline you haven't lived yet, and let that memory inform who you are now, not as fiction, but as frequency. Let's rewire how you think about memory itself. Your mind does not store events like files. It stores meaning, and meaning is energetic. This means your mind can attach to any frequency, past or future, and produce sensations, images, even detailed impressions. Not because you imagined them, but because you tuned into the signal where that version of you already exists. And when the signal is clear enough, your brain retrieves the memory, even if it hasn't happened in your linear timeline yet. This is not time travel. This is frequency travel. And the brain, when trained correctly, can generate future-aligned memories so vivid, so emotionally anchored, they begin to override your present doubts. They become reference points, and those reference points begin shaping behavior, which shapes frequency, which shapes timeline. That's how collapse accelerates, not by trying harder, but by borrowing stability from the version of you who's already living the shift. Here's how you access future memory. First, choose a timeline you desire. Not vaguely, precisely. What does this version of you have? Know, feel, experience? Then drop into your body and ask, what's a moment from their life that feels like a memory to me now? Let it come, not as a forced visualization, but as a felt scene, a flash, a phrase, a feeling, something that holds emotional charge. Breathe into it, anchor it, replay it. Let that memory become emotionally real. That moment, even if it never occurred in your physical timeline, becomes a new node in your energetic field. And the more you access it, the more it starts to rewire who you think you are. That's future memory. Now understand this. The field does not differentiate between past and future. It responds only to energetic relevance. So if a future memory becomes more dominant in your system than a past one, your reality begins organizing itself around it. That's not fantasy. That's functional timeline realignment. And you don't have to earn that memory. You just have to claim it, live from it. Let it influence your posture, your thoughts, your decisions. Because your decisions are based on your references. And once your references change, your behavior becomes inevitable. Let's clarify the difference between imagining and remembering. Imagination drifts. Memory anchors. Imagination hopes. Memory asserts. You are not visualizing a possible life. You are recalling a real one. One that exists in the now, and that your system is already connected to. This is not acting as if. This is selecting as is. And selection reshapes everything. Most people spend their lives recalling only one set of memories. Traumas, setbacks, failures. They believe this is truth. It's not truth. It's repetition. They've practiced those memories into dominance. And those memories became the scaffolding of their identity, which is why change felt so hard. The moment you introduce future memory, that scaffolding cracks. A new reference is installed. A new reality becomes accessible. And the shift accelerates, because identity follows memory. Let's make this practical. You want to step into the timeline of creative success. The old you references failure, rejection, doubt. But the future you has a different memory. The moment their work landed. The moment their voice was heard. The moment the signal caught fire. That memory is available now. It's pulsing with energy. And if you let yourself feel it fully, even before the evidence, it starts to change how you show up today. And today is how timelines shift. Here's the secret. The timeline with the clearest emotional memories will become your default. Not the most logical, not the most probable, the one with the strongest felt recall. So you must train yourself to recall the future more often than the past. And when that becomes your habit, your field aligns. Because your field listens to emotion before anything else. And future memory is emotion forward. This is how you bypass delay. You stop waiting for experiences to teach you who you are. You let the version of you who already knows teach you from the now. You let them send you snapshots, instructions, blueprints, and you build your life from that. That's not fiction. That's frequency navigation. and it's how you move with speed. Next, you'll learn what happens when a thought becomes more than a thought. You now know how to borrow memory from your future. Next, discover how the beliefs you've repeated have become energetic entities, and why they now shape your outcomes, whether you see them or not. Let's continue. You've just accessed the ability to recall what hasn't happened yet, and use it as fuel for your current identity. But there's another dimension to your inner world that holds more power than most ever acknowledge. It's not just about what you think. It's about what your thoughts become. Because thoughts, when repeated with enough emotional charge, don't stay passive. They become forms, energetic structures, patterns with momentum, beliefs with architecture. These are known as thought forms, and whether you realize it or not, you've been creating them your entire life. Some of them serve you, some of them trap you, but all of them are real. Let's break this down. A single thought is just energy in motion. But when you think something repeatedly, especially when it's tied to fear, shame, desire, or identity, that energy begins to organize. It gains shape. It gains consistency. It becomes a frequency anchor. And eventually, it starts to exert influence. Not just over your choices, over your perception, over your opportunities, over your entire trajectory. Thought forms are not conscious beings. They are energetic structures. But like gravity, they create pull. You've likely felt this before. The inevitability of self-doubt. The recurring loop of, I never finish what I start. The emotional gravity of, I always attract the wrong people. That's not just psychology. That's energetic architecture doing its job. Your thought form is selecting a reality, and you're living inside the selection. Here's the deeper truth. You can't override a thought form by willpower. You must starve it. Because thought forms survive on attention. They feed on emotion. They grow through repetition. And the moment you stop supplying those ingredients, they begin to dissolve. But only if you replace them with a stronger form, one aligned with the timeline you now choose. Let's identify how you've been feeding yours. You reinforce a limitation by explaining it to others. You justify a fear because it keeps you safe. You revisit stories that confirm your current struggle. You allow old narratives to run unchallenged in the background. Each of these is not just a thought. It's a ritual, and rituals build architecture. They make the form stronger, until eventually it becomes self-sustaining. And you call it who I am. But it's not you. It's what you've fed. So what do? You become intentional about the thought forms you're building. You stop letting pain sculpt your inner world. You stop handing your focus to patterns that no longer match your chosen timeline. You build new structures, consciously, deliberately, daily. You think thoughts that your future self would feed. And you refuse to entertain those that weaken your magnetic field. Not because you're escaping truth, but because you're choosing signal. And signal is how collapse happens. Now let's elevate this understanding. You can also create autonomous thought forms, ones that work for you. These are known in some traditions as egregores, energy clusters with purpose. In simple terms, you can train a thought form to reinforce your chosen identity. How? By building a frequency loop. That loop looks like a daily broadcast of a thought aligned with your future self. An emotional anchor to that thought, a feeling of certainty. Repetition that turns it into a habit. A symbolic reminder that keeps it active even when your attention fades. Do this long enough and the thought form stabilizes. It begins to work on your behalf. Pulls in matching events. It filters your perception. It protects your timeline. Because you created it. And now it's feeding you. This is not fantasy. It's frequency automation. And if you don't use it deliberately, you're still using it unconsciously. Because every belief you repeat becomes a lens. And every lens bends your world. So choose your lens on purpose. Choose your form. Choose your architecture. Because you're living inside of it, whether you like it or not. You've built prisons in your mind. Now build portals. You've repeated old limits. Now repeat new permissions. You've fed forms that drained you. Now feed forms that lead you. Because the field responds not just to what you say, but to the structures you stabilize through emotional repetition. And repetition is how reality forms. Next, you'll learn something wild. Even with all the conscious forms you build, your dreams are already entangled with you. You've created more than thought forms. You've built quantum bonds. And those bonds are alive, pulling you toward them every time you align. Let's continue. You've just uncovered how repeated beliefs become structures, thought forms, that shape the contours of your lived reality. But what happens when your dreams are more than just mental constructs? What if they're not ahead of you, not even waiting for you, but already linked to you now? That's the phenomenon of quantum entanglement. Your dreams aren't out there. They are not some distant light you chase across space and time. They are entangled versions of you, not metaphors, not poetry, literal quantum entanglement. When you think of your most aligned desire, whether it's success, love, freedom, clarity, that desire is not random. It's a frequency tether. It's evidence that you and the reality where that thing already exists are bonded. Right now, in this moment, and that bond is alive. Quantum entanglement is one of the most powerful and misunderstood principles in all of modern science. Two particles that become entangled share a state, no matter how far apart they are in time or space. Shift one. The other reacts instantly. It doesn't matter if they're miles apart. The entanglement bypasses distance. That's not theory. That's physics. And you are operating under the same law. You've already entangled with timelines that match your highest potential. You did it the moment you felt that pull. You know the one. The vision that won't go away. The dream you shouldn't want but can't ignore. The clarity that shows up out of nowhere and says, "This is you." That's not fantasy. That's entanglement. You're not creating something new. You're feeling the echo of what already exists in the field, because part of you is already there. And that echo, that signal, is trying to bring you into sync. Not to push you, but to pull you. This is why certain dreams feel so emotionally charged. Because they are not optional. They are linked. And when you ignore them, the dissonance grows. Not out of punishment, out of misalignment. The further you drift from your entangled frequency, the more off you feel. The more stagnant you become. Because you're resisting the pull of what's already yours. Let this land clearly. You are already connected to the version of you who has everything you've asked for. Already entangled. Already bonded. And the only thing preventing full collapse of that reality is the clarity and consistency of your attention. Not time. Not worthiness. Not effort. Just frequency lock. So how do you strengthen that entanglement? You stop acting like you're looking for something, and start acting like you're in a conversation with something. Your dream is already aware of you. It's already listening. It's already moving toward you. Not as a fantasy, but as a partner in the field. And every time you return to it, feel it, hold it, walk as if it's real, you strengthen the link. You reinforce the tether. You amplify the quantum connection. And then, it starts to organize your path. Here's the deeper layer. The universe does not operate on pursuit. It operates on pairing. You're not a hunter. You're a match. Your desire is not a target. It's a frequency companion. And the field is constantly searching for coherence. It's looking for where the bonds are stable. And when it sees that you've stabilized your end of the entanglement by holding the belief, feeling the outcome, choosing the alignment, it collapses the match. And the reality appears. This explains why some manifestations arrive effortlessly, while others never arrive at all. It's not luck. It's entanglement clarity. The ones that show up fast are the ones you've been bonded to most powerfully, usually without resistance, usually without overthinking. The ones that stall, they're still entangled, but your signal is weak, wobbly, distorted, and the moment you clean that signal, the bond reactivates. So stop asking, "Is it working?" Start asking, "Am I matched?" Because that's the real metric. Not how hard you've worked, not how long you've waited. Just, is my frequency matching what I'm already connected to? And if not, recalibrate. Now, because you're not earning the result. You're syncing with it. Now you may wonder, If I'm already entangled, why do I still feel resistance? Why does it still feel far away? Here's the answer. Entanglement does not eliminate interference. It just guarantees access. And that access can be blocked by unresolved emotional addiction. By what? By your subconscious pull to suffering. And that's where we go next. You now know your dream is already linked to you. Next, uncover the real reason you stay in pain, even when joy is entangled and calling you forward. Let's move forward. You've just learned that your dreams are not distant. They're entangled, already connected, already echoing inside you. So why don't you always follow the pull? Why, even in your moments of clarity, do you default back into pain, lack, anxiety, and struggle? Why do you know joy is waiting and still hesitate? It's not sabotage. It's not weakness. It's addiction. Yes, addiction to familiar suffering. And unless you recognize this pattern, it will override even your strongest alignment. Because suffering, when familiar, becomes identity. And identity always wins. Let's be clear. You're not addicted to pain itself. You're addicted to the certainty that pain brings. It's predictable. It's structured. It's known. And the mind, in its untrained state, prefers known pain over unknown joy. Because unknown joy requires surrender, expansion, unfamiliar choices. But familiar pain, it's organized. It doesn't ask for risk. Keeps you small but safe. And for many, that's more comfortable than becoming who they're really here to be. This is not moral. It's mechanical. You've repeated certain emotional loops so many times that they've become baseline. And baseline feels true, even when it hurts, even when it contradicts everything you say you want. Because the subconscious is not looking for happiness. It's looking for consistency. And if you've practiced sadness, shame, guilt, or anxiety long enough, they become home. And the moment you try to step out, the system resists, not because you're wrong, but because you're interrupting the known. This is why most people self-sabotage right before the shift. They get close to expansion, and then get sick, or start a fight, or accidentally miss the opportunity. It's not random. It's the system panicking at the unfamiliar, not because it's bad, because it's untrained. And this is what you must retrain, not by force but by visibility. You must see the loop while you're in it, and then make a new choice in the moment, even when it feels unsafe, even when your body is screaming to go back, especially then. The pull to familiar suffering is not proof that something is wrong. It's evidence that you're about to collapse a new timeline, because the pain gets louder when the shift gets closer. Not as sabotage, as defense, but now you see it. You see the addiction, and seeing it weakens its grip. Because once you observe something with clarity, you no longer identify with it. And identity is the fuel of addiction. Let's go deeper. You are not your sadness. You are not your scarcity. You are not your wounds. But you've built an identity that incorporates them because for a long time they gave you something. They gave you attention, protection, community, control. But they also gave you limitation. And now you're invited to sacrifice the familiar in favor of freedom. That sacrifice is not loss. It's recalibration. You're choosing to release the identity that copes and step into the one that creates. How? First, name your loop. Not with shame, with precision. What's the emotion you return to when growth knocks? Doubt? Panic? Resentment? Apathy? That's your comfort pain. That's your chemical home. And now you choose differently. You don't suppress the loop. You don't fight it. You simply watch it. You say, this is the program, and I'm no longer running it. And then you act from alignment, even if your body trembles, even if your mind screams. Because every time you do, you break the addiction. You override the loop. You rewrite the identity. And the timeline responds. You are not afraid of success. You are afraid of becoming unfamiliar to yourself. But your highest self is not unfamiliar. It's just unpracticed. And practice is how you shift from addiction to embodiment. It's not about healing your wounds before you grow. It's about refusing to reenact them, because reenactment is the fuel, and when you starve it, the loop collapses. You've now seen the core pattern that holds most timelines in place. Next, we go deeper into the mechanics of identity. You'll discover the shadow version of you that rules from behind the scenes, the one who feeds your loops and anchors your current path. Let's continue. You've just exposed the addiction to familiar suffering, not as a flaw but as a pattern that thrives on repetition. But the one who reinforces that loop isn't always visible. They don't live in your conscious thoughts. They live in the shadow. The shadow isn't a metaphor. It's not a poetic concept about facing your fears. It's a functioning timeline, a full, structured version of you running silently in the background. It has preferences, stories, coping strategies, even its own idea of success. And most importantly, it has power. Power to shape your actions. Power to block expansion. Power to reinforce the identity you say you've outgrown. You don't see this version of you, but you feel them. They surface in your hesitation, in your doubt, in your guilt, in your endless need for permission. That's the shadow timeline. And it's not broken. It's just practiced. Let's make this real. You make a bold decision, a quantum leap. You feel alive, energized, certain. Then, out of nowhere, the spiral. You panic. You question everything. You convince yourself you were being reckless. You scale back. That's not your truth. That's your shadow timeline activating its rules. Its goal is not to hurt you. Its goal is to keep you familiar, safe, predictable. Because in that timeline, safety equals sameness. And sameness means survival, even if it means you never grow. The shadow timeline is built from unresolved interpretations. Not events, interpretations of events. The time you failed and decided you were inadequate. The moment you were abandoned and decided you were unworthy. The pattern where you succeeded but felt guilty for outshining others. Those aren't just emotions. They're now codes. Codes that built an entire identity thread inside you. And that thread became its own reality. Its own you. Not imaginary. Not fake. Just subconscious. You live between two competing broadcasts. The self you're consciously choosing. And the shadow you unconsciously default to. And whichever version holds more emotional weight becomes the dominant timeline. That's why logic doesn't shift you. That's why affirmations without embodiment fail. Because your shadow isn't listening to what you say. It's listening to what you feel. And if you feel like the same person who failed, lost, or hid, the shadow takes the wheel. Not as punishment, as protection. But here's the paradox. The shadow you resist only grows. Because resistance feeds attention. And attention feeds power. You cannot fight the shadow. You must integrate it. See it clearly, without shame, without denial, because the moment you see the pattern and take ownership of it, you shift into the observer. And the observer is always more powerful than the observed. That's the moment the loop breaks. Here's how you do it. First, ask, what timeline do I default to when things start working? Is it the one where I overcorrect? The one where I sabotage? The one where I shrink to be accepted? That's your shadow broadcast. Now name it. Not to label yourself, to externalize the pattern. Because once it's external, it's observable. And what's observed can no longer unconsciously control. That's step 1. Step 2, locate the gain. What does your shadow timeline give you? Control? Pity? Escape from pressure? Familiarity? Everything we repeat has a perceived benefit. And when you see that, you stop moralizing your blocks and start strategizing around them. You say, if I needed safety, I built a pattern that gave it to me. But now I choose alignment over safety. And that shift weakens the shadow's grip. Not with force, with clarity. Step 3. Install contrast. Choose an action that your shadow timeline would never approve of. Not something massive, something intentional. Something out of pattern. Send the message. Ask the question. Show up unfiltered. Hold the boundary. Each one is a vote for a new identity. And every vote weakens the old ruler. Not in theory, in frequency. The shadow version of you isn't evil. It's outdated. And the moment you treat it as outdated, not dangerous, you reclaim authority. You say, "Thank you for keeping me safe. And now, I choose differently." That is the death of the automatic loop. That is the birth of conscious identity. And that identity shifts timelines. Not gradually, immediately, because the timeline was never blocked. It was just under the shadow's lock. Now you have the key. Now that you've identified the internal ruler that keeps you looping in old patterns, we go deeper. There's one more major threshold that must be crossed before a timeline fully collapses. And it's not more strategy. It's not more alignment. It's a funeral. Next, we meet the version of you that must be released entirely before your next reality can appear. Let's continue. You've just exposed the unseen ruler, the shadow timeline that kept you anchored to outdated loops. But observation alone doesn't dissolve it. To fully collapse a new reality, you must make a decision few are willing to make. You must kill off the current version of you. Not symbolically, energetically, psychologically, entirely, because your reality is the echo of your identity. And as long as that identity remains alive, the old timeline remains intact. This is the hard truth. You cannot carry your old self into your new reality. It doesn't matter how hard you try. It doesn't matter how aligned your intentions are. If you're still holding onto the self who was shaped by limitation, rejection, or control, then you're not stepping forward. You're just renovating the prison. So what does identity death actually look like? It starts with a surrender of what you think you need to keep. The traits you believed were essential. The stories you repeated to feel safe. The beliefs you defended because they made you feel real. All of them must be questioned. Because most aren't you. They're survival masks. And if you keep them, you'll never become the version of you who doesn't need them. Here's the paradox. You want a new life, but you still want to be the one who suffered. You want freedom, but you still identify as the one who was caged. You want abundance, but you're attached to the identity of the underdog. That contradiction splits your signal. And a split signal can't collapse a new field, because the field only responds to coherence. So identity death is not tragedy. It's precision. It's the clean break required to activate collapse. You must ask, who am I when I stop performing my pain? Who am I without the trauma story? Who am I without the mask of humility? Who am I without the shield of logic? The answers may scare you at first, because they're unfamiliar. But unfamiliar doesn't mean unsafe. It means unpracticed. And practice is how new identity stabilizes. Here's how you start. Isolate the performance. Notice how often you act in ways that match your old narrative, not your desired reality. Interrupt the behavior. Don't explain it. Don't justify it. Just stop, right then. Replace it with embodiment. Step into the posture, the tone, the command of the version of you who already lives the next timeline. It may feel false at first, not because it's wrong, because it's new. And newness feels like danger to the nervous system. But that doesn't mean stop. It means continue. You cannot rebirth a new identity without grieving the old one. There will be emotional residue. There will be echoes. Let them come. Don't argue. Don't spiral. Just say, goodbye. Not with hatred, with reverence. That version kept you alive. But you're not here to survive anymore. You're here to create. And creation requires emptiness, space, clarity, and only death gives you that. The reason most people never shift, they cling. They say they want change, but refuse to let go of the person they've always been. And the field watches, listens, responds. It says, understood, still attached. And it reflects accordingly. The new can't emerge until the old is buried. And the burial must be complete. You'll know identity death has occurred when your old stories feel ridiculous to repeat. When trying to act like your old self feels like cosplay. When you no longer resonate with your own excuses. That's not disassociation. That's evidence. You're no longer living in the same broadcast. And the shift is now permanent. This is not loss. This is upgrade. You're not becoming someone new. You're becoming someone closer to truth. The one beneath the defense. The one behind the performance. The one who never needed the story to begin with. That's who's waiting. That's who collapses timelines with a whisper. And that's who takes over now. You've let go. You've released the false architecture. Now comes the ultimate skill. Acting from the unseen. Taking aligned steps before there's evidence. Making real choices from an identity that has not yet been confirmed by the world. Next, you'll learn how to move with full certainty, even when reality hasn't caught up. Let's continue. You've now released the outdated identity. You've buried the version of yourself that was built for survival, not creation. What's left is pure potential, raw space that begs to be filled with new signal. But here's the threshold most never cross. Action without evidence. This is the gatekeeper. The moment you must act from a reality that hasn't yet confirmed itself. No signs, no proof, no applause, just internal certainty. This is quantum trust. Not blind hope, not reckless guessing. Trust, the kind that says, I'm no longer waiting for this to look real before I treat it as real. The kind that chooses behavior over delay. The kind that tells the universe, collapse now, because I already have. This is where the shift becomes irreversible. Because up until now, your transformation has been internal. Beliefs, observations, identity rewiring. But the field doesn't respond to what you know. It responds to how you behave consistently in the absence of evidence. That's what bends time. That's what initiates collapse. That's what stabilizes your new frequency. Because the moment you behave as if it's already true, the field must reflect the matching reality. Not later, now. But here's the paradox. You will not feel ready. Your nervous system may still be catching up. You may still feel echoes of the old pattern. But this moment is not about how you feel. It's about what you choose. Quantum trust is not emotional. It's directional. You move first, and the clarity comes after. This is where most people fold. They say, I'll take the leap once I feel confident. I'll invest once I see proof. I'll shift once others validate it. But that's not trust. That's transaction. And transactions don't collapse timelines. They reinforce them because they signal doubt. And doubt delays collapse. Trust doesn't ask for evidence. Trust becomes the evidence. Let's bring this into focus. You say you're abundant? Make the purchase. Hold the frequency when the bill comes. Behave like someone who knows their field is always full. You say you're a leader? Speak before anyone asks you to. Make offers before the audience is watching. Hold posture before the applause. You say you're free? Make choices like someone who never waits. Move like someone who knows every option is already available. If you withhold behavior until the mirror reflects it, you've already lost coherence. You've collapsed the wrong timeline. Quantum trust is upstream. It precedes outcome, and it demands embodiment before confirmation. Because in the field, cause and effect are reversed. You don't act because the reality is real. The reality becomes real because you acted. And let's clarify, this doesn't mean acting chaotically. It doesn't mean pushing, forcing, or risking for the sake of drama. It means choosing aligned behavior that matches your future state, even when it contradicts your current environment. You stop asking if it's time. You stop checking if it's working. You act because you already know the answer. And if the mind resists, you keep going. Because trust doesn't argue with delay. It overrides it. So how do you build quantum trust? Start small. Respond to an aligned impulse without analyzing. Follow through on a decision without broadcasting it. Choose the posture, words, and action of your future self for no reason other than alignment. Repeat, repeat, repeat. This is not about volume. It's about purity. It's not about speed. It's about signal integrity. And the field reads every move. You don't need evidence when you are the evidence. You don't need signs when you become the sign. You don't need certainty when you embody it. That's how the collapse becomes irreversible. Not through more wanting, but through unshakable doing. Now you've crossed into territory most never reach. You're acting without reassurance. You're choosing without consensus. You're living from a timeline the world hasn't seen yet. But be warned, this is when things can wobble. This is when your mirror might distort, just before the final snap. Next, you'll learn why most people quit right here, on the edge of their shift. Let's move forward. You've now stepped into the rarest zone in quantum transformation. You're acting without needing proof. You're trusting without feedback. You're embodying a version of you that isn't visible yet. And the universe is listening. But here's what happens next. Almost without fail, the mirror resists. Not because you're wrong, because you're close, because collapse is near. And the system, the version of reality you're about to leave, does everything it can to pull you back in. This is where most people break. They mistake the resistance for misalignment. They interpret the wobble as failure. They start recalculating, second-guessing, negotiating. And in doing so, they halt the collapse, right before it happens. Understand this clearly. Every identity death is followed by mirror dissonance. The field doesn't instantly reflect the new you. It lags. It hesitates. It throws static. Not because it's broken, because it's recalibrating. Because your previous frequency was so well practiced that reality still holds its echo. That echo shows up as doubt in your body, chaos in your environment, silence from your audience, unexpected delays, old triggers reactivating. These aren't signs you're failing. They're signs you're winning, because they are the final feedback loops of your old broadcast playing out for the last time. The most dangerous moment in any shift is when you forget this, when you interpret static as signal, when you mistake delay for rejection, when you think the field isn't responding, when in fact, it's responding exactly as it should. Slowly shedding the old form, clearing space for the new one, watching to see if you'll collapse or continue. This is the break point, and most never pass it. So how do you hold steady? You recognize the symptoms. You tell yourself, this is the wobble. This is the illusion. This is the field doing its final check. And then you double down. You reinforce your posture. You move anyway. You choose again. You hold the state even tighter. Because holding here is what locks the shift in. And once locked, the mirror catches up. Fast. Let's make this concrete. You commit to a new identity of being fully expressed. Suddenly, people ghost you. Your content flops. You feel invisible. That's not misalignment. That's the echo of the version of you who used to hide. It's not your new signal failing. It's your old broadcast disintegrating. Don't revive it by reacting. Don't panic. Don't pivot. Let it die. Hold your new frequency until the environment catches up. Because it always does. If you do. Remember, reality checks your conviction before it confirms your direction. Every collapse comes with a wobble. Every shift is followed by silence. That silence is not the absence of response. It's the pause before snap. The moment the field breathes in and waits to see if you'll hold. If you do, it exhales, and the new form arrives. The ones who shift, they're not smarter. They're not luckier. They're just the ones who don't flinch when the feedback goes dark. They trust the lag. They understand the physics. They don't interpret resistance as stop. They read it as momentum stabilizing. That's the secret. Not more effort. More stillness inside chaos. So here's your job. Hold the new identity through the wobble. Act as if the reality has already responded before it does. Walk like the mirror has snapped, even if it hasn't. Because once the field sees that you no longer need proof, that's when it gives it to you, and not a moment sooner. You're not on the verge of a breakdown. You're on the verge of a breakthrough. The resistance is not rejection. It's confirmation. The silence is not a void. It's alignment being calibrated. Hold, hold, hold. You now understand the final test before the collapse. Next, you'll walk into the space that terrifies even the most advanced creators. The space between timelines. The place where your past is gone. and your future hasn't landed yet. The void. Let's continue. You've held through the wobble. You've trusted without proof. You've resisted the pull of the shadow, the addiction to suffering, the urgency to retreat. Now you've entered the void. This is where the old identity has been shed, and the new one has not fully stabilized. You're not who you were, but you're not yet where you're going. You're in between, and that space, terrifying for the untrained. But for you, it's the sign you're right on time. Let's define the void clearly. The void is not punishment. It's not emptiness. It's the neutral zone between old frequency and new timeline. It's where momentum stops, where reality unhooks from the past, before it collapses into your chosen future. Feels like stillness so loud it rattles your mind. A sudden drop in emotional charge. The urge to fix something even when nothing is wrong. A feeling that nothing's moving. An eerie absence of feedback, signs, validation. And if you don't understand what this is, you'll interpret it as failure. You'll rush back to what was. You'll mistake silence for regression. But the void isn't a step backward. It's the clearing. Here's why the void exists. When you change your identity, your inner signal detaches from the old timelines. But the new timeline isn't instantaneous. It has to stabilize. It has to locate your frequency and construct new pathways to support it. That construction creates lag. And during that lag, the field goes still. Not because it's lost you, because it's updating the match. Think of it like switching train tracks. You're still in motion, but the path ahead is being rebuilt. You don't see movement, but you're still in flow. That's the void. Most people cannot sit in the void. They panic. They search for stimulation. They interpret the silence as a sign that they're off course. And in that panic, they activate the old signal. They trigger the echo. They reattach to the past. And the collapse resets. The shift disappears. Not because it wasn't real, but because they couldn't hold the pause. The void is not a mistake. It's a test of non-reactivity. It's the phase where your nervous system learns to feel peace without external proof. It's where you build neutrality. And neutrality is what allows the new to stabilize. Because neutrality is the absence of distortion. And distortion is what delays timelines. If you can sit still, truly still, in the void, you will collapse your future faster than those who sprint with desperation. Because you've trained your field to remain coherent. Even when nothing appears to be happening. That's mastery. So how do you navigate the void? First, recognize it. Don't name it as failure. Name it correctly. This is the pause between collapse and confirmation. This is the moment of energetic reconstruction. This is the absence that precedes arrival. Second, hold your posture. Whatever identity you stepped into, don't flinch. Whatever behavior you started, continue it. Whatever frequency you broadcast, reinforce it. Even when it feels hollow. Even when no one notices. Especially then. Third, withdraw from seeking. The void is not the time to grasp. It's the time to embody. Grasping sends the message, I don't trust. Embodying says, I'm already matched. And the field responds accordingly. The void teaches you to become emotionally unbothered. Not numb. Not cold. Just unfazed. Because when you stop needing proof, proof arrives. And when you can be at peace in the nothingness, the everything snaps in. That's how timeline collapse finishes. Not with a bang. With a breath. One more thing. Don't rush to explain the void to others. They won't understand. Because they live in constant reactivity. Let your silence confuse them. Let your stillness disturb them. Let your lack of panic send the message. I know exactly what's happening. Even if no one else does. That's the quiet power of someone who's already collapsed the shift internally. And now the external is simply catching up. You are in the sacred in-between. You are in the recalibration chamber. You are standing inside the eye of the field. Stillness doesn't mean you're stuck. It means you're strategically invisible to your old timeline. And that invisibility is your protection until the next layer clicks in. And that layer? It rewrites everything you thought you knew about time itself. Next, we expose the illusion of time as a straight line and show you the loop you've been living inside without knowing it. Let's continue. You've sat in the void. You've felt the stillness, resisted the urge to grasp, and trusted the quiet as the field reorganized itself. But now, the silence begins to make sense. Because your concept of time, the one you were using to measure progress, distance, delay, is outdated. Time is not a line. Time is a loop, and that changes everything. We've been taught to think of time as a progression. Point A to point B, birth to death, past to future, linear, sequential, predictable. But that's not how energy operates. That's not how your consciousness experiences existence. And that's not how timelines collapse. Because in the quantum field, all moments exist simultaneously. And what you call the future is not ahead of you. It's around you. It's orbiting your field, waiting to be observed, locked in, and collapsed into the now. That's the loop. Loops explain why you feel stuck, why the same emotions return, why different circumstances still produce the same results. Because you're not moving forward. You're moving in circles until you shift frequency. The loop repeats until the observer changes. And once you shift observation, the loop either breaks or it evolves, but only if you realize you're in one. This is why déjà vu exists, why future memories feel so real, why people, patterns, and possibilities feel faded. You're revisiting nodes, moments that carry significance across dimensions, not because they're destined, because they're accessible, because they're embedded in your loop. And when you engage with them consciously, you can choose a different response. That different response collapses a new reality, because loops are not prisons, they're portals. Time as a loop means your future self is not ahead of you. They are already complete, already broadcasting, already available. And you meet them not by waiting but by tuning in. Just like a radio station, you don't build the music, you match the signal. And when you match the signal of your highest self, you begin to walk in their loop. You access their memories. You feel their state. You move through their reality. Because you're no longer on a linear path trying to arrive. You're on a loop, remembering what was already done. This understanding also dissolves the fear of time running out. Time isn't running anywhere. It's orbiting you. And you engage with it by selection, not by chasing. Every outcome you want already exists in a completed version of your loop. You don't earn it. You don't build it from scratch. You simply enter the frequency node where that outcome lives. And once you do, the loop refreshes. The moments ahead change. The characters change. The choices become different, because you've entered a different segment of your loop. This also explains why certain shifts feel instantaneous. You didn't work your way there. You jumped to the node where the outcome had already occurred. You looped forward, and the reality snapped in not because time passed, but because you selected a different now. That's the truth no one teaches. You're not walking toward your future. You're spinning the dial of your now. And that spin changes which version of tomorrow appears. So how do you use this practically? Stop asking how long. Time length is a linear question. Loop-based transformation is about how fast you stabilize frequency. Identify your loop nodes. What moments feel like repetition? What emotions always come back? These are access points. Respond differently immediately. A different response shifts your loop segment. You don't break the loop. You graduate it. Stop thinking in sequence. Think in resonance. Think in alignment. Think in access. Because you don't need to wait for the right time. You just need to become the right resonance. And time collapses accordingly. This is also why your past can change. Because if time is a loop, the past is not fixed. When you shift who you are now, your interpretation of the past rewrites itself. Not in memory, in energy. And the new signal radiates both forward and backward, reordering the loop. That's how healing happens. Not by fixing the wound, but by becoming someone who no longer lives in the same orbit as the pain. Time as a loop is liberation. It means there's no rush, no deadline, only selection. and selection is always available. Right now. You've now stepped outside the illusion of linear time. You understand why collapse doesn't follow sequence, it follows state. Now it's time to integrate the most paradoxical shift of all. A principle so backward it seems impossible. And yet, it's the code that unlocks the fastest manifestations in the quantum field. Next, we reveal the already done principle. Let's continue. You've just broken the linear model of time. You now see the structure for what it truly is, a loop of accessible realities, not a race to a distant finish line. And with that realization comes the ultimate shift in perception, one that flips everything you've believed about effort, action, and timing. This is the already done principle. It means exactly what it sounds like, but not how you've been trained to understand it. It's not about pretending something has happened. It's not about tricking the mind. It's not about affirmations, scripting, or vision boarding. It's about a state where you collapse all urgency, where you no longer ask how or when, because you already know the outcome has occurred energetically, and now your job is to match behavior to that completion. Most people say they believe in manifestation, but their actions betray them. They pray from lack. They visualize from distance. They take action from scarcity, because deep down they still think it's ahead, still think it's coming, still think it's conditional. That's not creation. That's waiting. That's begging. That's telling the field, I'm still uncertain, and uncertainty is a frequency blocker. The already done principle doesn't mean the result shows up instantly. It means you stop needing it to, because once you're aligned with completion, the presence or absence of the outcome becomes irrelevant. You already know, and the knowing makes space for collapse. Because when the mind stops grasping, when the nervous system stops scanning, when the timeline stops being chased, the field relaxes, and the match completes. This isn't philosophy, it's physics. In the quantum field, all outcomes are already complete. Your future is not forming, it's already formed. Your desire is not being built, it's already built. The only question is, are you occupying the frequency that corresponds to that version of reality? And if the answer is yes, then it's already done. You're not moving toward it. It's arriving through you. Here's what this looks like in your behavior. You stop checking. You stop comparing. You stop explaining. You stop looking for signs. You wake up and live from a posture that says, I'm not manifesting this. I've already received it. And every micro-decision flows from that state. You walk like it's done. You speak like it's done. You show up like nothing is missing. And the universe mirrors accordingly. Because you've become the signal, not the seeker. This doesn't mean you never think about the outcome. It means when you do, it feels familiar. Like remembering something, not chasing it. That's the energetic difference. One creates contraction. The other collapses resistance. And resistance is the only thing that ever delays the shift. Not time, not effort, not even alignment, just resistance. And resistance dissolves the moment you stop trying to get and fully embody having. Let's be clear. You don't need to feel it's done every second of every day. You just need to act from the place that says, I no longer identify with not having it. I no longer organize my behavior around its absence. Because identity is what the field responds to. Not your wishes, not your logic, your frequency of being. And when that frequency stabilizes around completion, the collapse becomes inevitable. Because you're no longer chasing a timeline. You're walking through it. Think of it like this. You're not calling the outcome in. You're walking in sync with it. You're not magnetizing it. You're occupying it. You're not in process. You're in presence. And presence doesn't need reminders. It doesn't need rituals. It just holds. Calmly, cleanly, silently. So how do you embody already done? Step 1. Drop the urgency. Stop asking when. Stop checking metrics. Stop scanning for results. Urgency is a signal that says, it's not here yet, and the field reflects that version of you. Step 2. Speak from certainty, not hope, not possibility, certainty. Talk about it like it's your current reality, not your future goal. Step 3. Behave like a match. Ask, what would I do right now if I knew it was done? Then do that. No exceptions. No negotiations. Because every move is a vote, and votes shape identity. The already done principle isn't just powerful. It's efficient. It stops you from wasting energy on proving, pushing, and performing. Because when you live from completion, reality stops challenging your belief and starts matching your signal. You're no longer playing catch-up with your future. You're watching it reveal itself in real time. Because the delay never existed. Only misalignment did. And now that you've collapsed the need to get, your field becomes a magnet. Next, we sever the remaining invisible tethers that still bind you to your old timelines, so nothing can pull you back. Let's continue. You've now embodied the already done principle. You've stopped chasing. You've stopped grasping. You're walking in alignment with a timeline that already exists, and the shift is active. But even in this state, subtle anchors remain. Invisible threads, mental loops, emotional contracts, tethers that keep you bonded to the frequency of your past. And unless you cut them deliberately, they will slow your momentum. They will pull you back into echoes of a self you've outgrown. These are timeline tethers. And now it's time to sever them completely. Tethers show up in familiar ways. People who only know the older version of you. Habits that reinforce outdated identity. Objects or spaces charged with low-frequency memories. Obligations you accepted from your past mindset. Emotional attachments you haven't updated. None of these are neutral. All of them transmit signal. And signal shapes coherence. So even if you're aligned internally, if your environment, commitments, and associations still match your previous frequency, you stay split. And a split field can't collapse cleanly. Let's be clear. You don't need to run away from your life. You need to audit it. Ask, who in my life still relates to the version of me I no longer identify with? What patterns am I still repeating out of guilt, fear, or habit? What environments reinforce a frequency I've already released? Every answer you uncover is a tether. And every tether is a delay. Not because it's evil. Because it pulls your signal out of coherence. And coherence is the only condition the field honors. Cutting a tether doesn't always mean elimination. It means deactivation. You deactivate a tether by changing your behavior within it. For some, that means leaving the job. For others, it means staying but no longer agreeing to play the same role. For some, it's ending the conversation. For others, it's changing the tone. You cut the tether when you stop responding as the old you. And once that happens, the timeline can no longer anchor you, because it no longer recognizes your frequency. Let's go deeper. Some tethers are energetic contracts, unspoken agreements you made in moments of weakness. I'll never leave them behind. I can't be too much. I have to earn everything I receive. If I succeed, someone else suffers. These are not truths. They're emotional bonds disguised as virtue. And they must be renegotiated, because those contracts were made by a version of you that no longer exists, and keeping them alive only serves guilt, not growth. Here's how you cut energetic contracts. Acknowledge the original agreement. Name what you were trying to protect when you created it. Reclaim the power you outsourced. Who did you give authority to emotionally or energetically? Declare the contract void. Say out loud, I release this agreement. It no longer matches who I am or where I'm going. This is not metaphorical. Words reshape field architecture. Declarations alter energetic scaffolding. And when you say it clearly, the frequency of the old contract dies. One more form of tether is identity anchors. These are phrases, beliefs, and personality traits you repeat because they feel true, but they're actually outdated anchors. Examples: I'm just introverted. I need time to figure things out. I hate conflict. I'm not good with money. I've always been the quiet one. Every time you say them, you reactivate the loop. And every loop you reactivate delays the shift. Because you're telling the field, this is still who I am, even if you've already outgrown it. Cutting identity anchors means catching yourself mid-sentence, pausing, revising, choosing language that matches your future self, not your past description. Instead of, "I've never been consistent," say, "I'm becoming the kind of person who finishes everything." Instead of, "I'm always overwhelmed," say, "I used to live in chaos, but clarity is my new normal." This isn't wordplay, it's frequency play, and frequency is how you unhook from what no longer serves you. The process of cutting tethers is not dramatic. It's precise, it's surgical, and it's necessary, because until the old frequencies are deactivated, they remain available. And availability is all the field needs to recreate them. But when you pull your energy out, when you stop responding, repeating, reacting, they wither. The echo stops, the past goes silent, and all that's left is space, ready for embodiment. You've now cleared the final residue. You've deactivated contracts, patterns, people, places. You've cut every thread that pulled you back. Next, we go from detachment to full integration. You'll now step into quantum embodiment, where you no longer just believe it's done. You live like it's done, in every breath, every word, every move. Let's continue. You've cut the tethers. You've voided the contracts. You've made space. Now comes the integration. Now comes the embodiment. Not as a mindset, not as a theory, but as a full-body, real-time, moment-by-moment state of being. This is where the shift stops being an internal process and becomes your entire identity. You no longer think like your future self. You move like them. You respond like them. You breathe like them, because they are no longer a version you reach for. They are the version you operate from. This is quantum embodiment, and it's the final key to making your timeline irreversible. So what is embodiment? It's not imitation. It's not performance. It's not trying. It's when your actions, words, energy, decisions, and responses all match the signal of the outcome you claim is already done. It's alignment in motion. And alignment is what stabilizes frequency. You don't shift because you know the right thoughts. You shift because your entire way of being becomes a match to what you say is real. No hesitations, no contradictions, no conditions, just congruence. Embodiment feels quiet, not theatrical, not overly emotional, still, centered. It doesn't wobble with feedback. It doesn't adjust based on who's watching. It doesn't seek validation before taking up space. Because the frequency has been chosen. And once it's chosen, the field takes instruction from you, not the other way around. So let's bring this into the real. Say you want to embody the timeline of leadership. You've said yes to influence, to visibility, to impact. Embodiment means you speak from authority without needing permission. You stop explaining your value. You build from inspiration, not desperation. You stop over-editing your presence to avoid discomfort. You don't prepare to be seen. You're already visible internally. And that signal collapses the external version instantly. Or say your timeline is abundance. You're living in the frequency of full resource. Embodiment means you don't delay investments out of fear. You no longer say, "I can't afford." You say, "I choose not to." You treat time like a resource, not a liability. You shift from scarcity logic to overflow decisions. No more coupons for your energy. No more apologizing for expansion. You make the moves someone would if money were irrelevant. Because in your chosen field, it is. Embodiment isn't perfect action. It's consistent coherence. Every behavior is a vote for the version of you that leads the new reality. And every vote compounds. You're building muscle memory, neural grooves, energetic code. And once the code stabilizes, the external reflects without delay. Not as a reward, as a response. Here's the key. You stop toggling. No more bouncing between timelines depending on mood or feedback. You decide and then hold. You walk through every moment like the version of you that already lives what others are still trying to manifest. And eventually, the difference disappears. Because you're no longer stepping into your reality. You are the reality. You've become the thing, and the field cannot argue with that. Here's what blocks embodiment: waiting for circumstances to change before changing your state, holding back behavior until the outcome is secure, needing evidence before commitment, avoiding discomfort to maintain false safety. Every one of those is a signal to the field: I'm still unconvinced. I'm still negotiating. I still don't believe it's done. And the field mirrors back exactly that: uncertainty. So you don't embody to prove. You embody to anchor. And once anchored, reality follows. You're not acting as if. You're acting because it's done. You're not pretending. You're participating in the field that already exists. And embodiment doesn't require force. It requires decision. And then repetition. Repetition until your nervous system adjusts. Until your language reflects the new signal. Until your presence becomes undeniable. You don't have to convince anyone. You don't have to post about it. You don't have to get agreement. Because once embodiment lands, the field becomes your proof. People start treating you differently. Opportunities begin responding to your energy. The environment molds around your new pattern. Not because you asked for it, because you broadcasted it. This is where all internal work becomes external instruction. You're not requesting your reality to change. You're directing it, because embodiment is not a mindset. It's a command, and the field listens, every time. Now that you've stabilized the shift through embodiment, it's time to master what follows: the art of holding frequency without gripping, focus without attachment, certainty without obsession. Next, you'll learn how to remain fully observed while letting go of outcome anxiety. Let's continue. You've fully embodied your timeline. You've collapsed the delay. You've shown the field your signal is real, not rehearsed. But embodiment alone isn't enough if it's tangled with desperation. You must now master the art of non-attached focus. This is the observer's mindset, the power to hold attention on your reality, without emotional bargaining, without energetic gripping, without micromanaging the timeline, because obsession with outcome creates distortion, and distortion delays the response. Let's break this down. The field doesn't require intensity. It requires clarity. You don't need to try harder. You don't need to think about it more. You don't need to stay high vibe 24/7. You simply hold the signal, like a lighthouse, steady, unaffected by the waves. Your focus becomes the beam, but the beam doesn't chase the boat. It simply exists, and by existing, it directs. That's how reality works. Most people fall into two traps. Overfocus. They become obsessed with the outcome, checking constantly, trying to force alignment by sheer will. Underfocus. They go passive, pretending not to care, but secretly suppressing their attachment. Both distort the signal. Both weaken coherence. The true observer? They're clear. They're steady. And they're detached from when. Because when no longer matters, once the outcome is energetically done. So how do you hold this? You stop needing. You shift from, I hope this happens, to, I know it's already occurred. And then you relax. Not into laziness. Into precision. You do what aligns. You move when prompted. But you don't chase. You don't panic. You don't spiral. Because you've stopped using the mirror to define your state. You're now the one defining the mirror. The observer's mindset is calm. Not because nothing matters. Because you've decided it's done. And decision dissolves grasping. Decision collapses time. Decision releases pressure. And pressure is what bends frequency out of coherence. This is why some people don't manifest what they want, even when they're technically aligned, because their attachment turns their desire into lack. And lack is always louder than strategy. The field doesn't hear your affirmations. It hears your need. And if need is the frequency, absence is the reflection. So here's the shift. You stop asking, why isn't it here yet? You start living like it already is. You hold your gaze on the vision without squeezing it, like watching a star. You don't lunge for it. You witness it. You let it shine. You let it move toward you. And in that stillness, you stay powerful. This doesn't mean you stop caring. It means you care without collapsing. It means your desire is clean, not coated with panic. It means you're stable regardless of what happens next. Because the next doesn't define you. You've already defined yourself. And the universe simply catches up. Let's get specific. Here's how to practice non-attached focus. Set the signal once, clearly. Visualize, script, or intend with full clarity. Then stop repeating. Live like it's already integrated. Don't treat it like a future event. Walk like it's embedded. When doubt arises, don't engage. Observe it. Name it. But don't follow it. It's just old code surfacing. Refocus gently. Not with pressure. With precision. Yes, this is who I am. Every time you do that, you reinforce the new frequency. And reinforcement is all the field needs to deliver. You are the observer now. Unmoved by static. Unattached to timeline. Unafraid of silence. Because the collapse is already done. And knowing holds more power than effort ever could. You've now learned to hold your field without clutching it. To focus without obsession. To want without needing. Next, we address the illusion that breaks most transformations. The myth of time delay. Let's continue. You're now holding your frequency. You're observing without attachment. You've stabilized in a reality where you no longer chase, no longer plead, no longer beg for proof. But even now, a question might whisper in the background. If I'm holding it so well, where is it? Why hasn't it shown up yet? That question is the echo of a myth, one of the most toxic in the quantum field, the illusion of delay. Let's rip it wide open. There is no such thing as waiting in the quantum. Waiting is a concept of linear time. And linear time, as you've already uncovered, is not real. It's a perceptual tool, a local navigation system. But manifestation is not local. It's nonlinear access based on coherence, not sequence. So when something hasn't shown up, it's never because time is still catching up. It's because your field is still broadcasting uncertainty. And the field cannot return what you don't fully hold. Time doesn't create delay. Distortion does. And the primary source of distortion, mixed signal. You say, I believe it's mine, but you act like it's still in question. You say, I trust the timeline, but your energy is full of monitoring, tracking, micromanaging. That contradiction scrambles the broadcast. And the field doesn't respond to what you want. It responds to what you consistently are. And if your R is coded with doubt, the outcome can't land, because it has nowhere coherent to arrive. This is what most people miss. Delay is not a punishment. It's feedback. It's showing you where you're still broadcasting static, where your subconscious is still echoing the old self, where your embodiment hasn't locked. And once it does, the outcome appears as if instantly, not because it was slow, because you were. Because your signal wasn't clean enough to receive it. Yet, let's be more precise. Here's how the delay illusion works. You think you're aligned. You expect an immediate result. The result doesn't appear right away. You interpret that gap as failure. That interpretation introduces doubt. Doubt becomes part of your frequency. The field mirrors the new mixed signal, and delay continues. The loop sustains itself, not because the universe is slow, but because your signal never stabilized long enough to trigger collapse. Once you see this, the solution becomes clear. You stop treating time as the variable. You start treating coherence as the only metric that matters. You ask, have I become the version of me who is already living that outcome? Completely, without exception? And if not, you don't blame the delay. You clean the signal. You tighten the posture. You sharpen the behavior, because the timeline is already real. The field is just waiting for a stable match. This is why shifts can happen instantly after months of nothing, because the moment the signal locks, the mirror snaps. Not gradually, not conditionally, instantly. That's not luck. That's physics. That's collapse. The problem is never time. It's always identification. The longer you identify with the version of you who is still on the way, the longer the reality must orbit instead of land. But the moment you say, "This is who I am now. This is where I live now. This is what I expect now," and you mean it with your nervous system, not just your mouth, the mirror has no choice. It must respond, because energy doesn't lie, and it doesn't delay. It only reflects. So next time your mind says, "It's taking too long," respond with clarity. "No, I just haven't stabilized yet." Then ask, "Where am I still wobbling? Where am I still waiting for proof instead of living from truth?" These questions collapse the illusion, because they point you back to the only place timelines ever shift from, inside your field. Once you release the idea of time as a barrier, you reclaim total agency. You stop negotiating with calendars. You stop measuring success by milestones. You stop syncing your transformation to human clocks. And you start syncing it to identity frequency. From that place, things don't take long. They take alignment. And alignment can happen this breath. You now see that the illusion of delay is a trick of the echo. It's not a sign you're off. It's not a sign to retreat. It's a signal to clean your broadcast. And once you do, there's only one thing left to face. The field's final challenge. When it checks if you're sure. When it asks, "Are you ready to hold this version, even if everything shakes? Let's move forward." You've seen through the delay. You've stabilized your frequency. You've held your embodiment without the need to chase or check. But then, right when it seems like everything is about to snap, something unexpected happens. A glitch, conflict, a temptation to revert, an emotional wave that hits without warning. This isn't sabotage. This isn't failure. This is the testing point. It's when the field turns to you and says, "Are you sure? Are you sure this is who you are now? Are you sure this is your new identity? Are you sure this timeline is yours, no matter what?" Because reality has one final filter, and that filter is resilience. Every shift is followed by a test, not because the field is cruel, because the collapse needs reinforcement, because the system you're leaving behind wants to know if you're really done with it. And the only way to know? Trigger the echo. See how you respond. See if you flinch. See if you negotiate. Because the version of you who used to wobble, they were part of the previous loop. And the test checks to see if they still exist. Here's what testing points look like. A delay right after you fully committed. A challenge that echoes your old identity. An opportunity that looks like the past in disguise. A wave of fear that feels random but isn't. A confrontation with someone who reflects your former frequency. These are not detours. They are verifiers. They confirm whether your embodiment is cosmetic or cellular. If it's cosmetic, you'll retreat. If it's cellular, you'll hold. And that holding is the final lock-in. Let's get even more specific. You've just declared that your new standard is overflow. A bill comes in that's higher than expected. You feel the pull to contract, complain, question. That moment is the test, not the bill, the response. You've said you no longer tolerate chaos. Suddenly, a familiar drama shows up. Someone tries to pull you into emotional loops. You feel the urge to justify, explain, argue. That's the test, not the person, the reaction. Every test is checking for one thing. Have you recalibrated your behavior or just your beliefs? Because if it's just beliefs, they will collapse. But if it's behavior, you've collapsed the old version instead, and nothing can bring it back. Testing points are never about the content. They're about coherence. They're invitations to hold posture in the fire, to keep walking as the version you claimed, even when no one claps, even when doubt whispers, even when it seems like you're alone in the new frequency. Because if you can hold then, you can hold anytime. Most people fail here. They see the test and think, "This must mean I'm off track." They retreat. They spiral. They interpret challenge as rejection. But the field is not rejecting you. It's inviting you to solidify, to crystallize your signal so completely that it becomes immovable. And once it does, the shift becomes permanent. Here's how to pass a testing point. Pause. Catch the trigger before it runs the old loop. Name it. This is a test. This is the echo checking my coherence. Choose forward. Act from the version you've become, not the version being challenged. Every time you do that, you strengthen the collapse. You reinforce the identity. You signal to the field, I'm no longer available for the old. And the field responds. Every time. Understand this. Tests don't come to punish. They come to mirror. They ask, do you really want this? Are you really this version? Will you choose forward even when it's uncomfortable? Because comfort is not the test. Conviction is. And conviction is what completes the collapse. You don't need to fear tests. You need to recognize them. They are markers of progress, not problems. They mean you're on the edge. They mean the timeline is bending. They mean the mirror is adjusting. And the final verification is near. Hold your state. Reinforce your signal. Smile at the chaos. And keep walking. Because the test is not an obstacle. It's the final confirmation that you are no longer who you used to be. Next, we neutralize the one energy that can undo all of this, the rebound. The emotional snapback that pulls creators out of their shift. Let's continue. You faced the test. You held the line. You refused the echo. And yet, out of nowhere, a familiar sensation returns. Not fear, not failure, but a quiet, sneaky little tremor. Doubt. You know the shift has occurred. You've felt it. You've embodied it. You've seen reality begin to mold to it. And still, the mind reawakens with its questions. What if this isn't real? What if I imagined the change? What if the signs meant nothing? That tremor is called the rebound. And it's not a failure, it's a phenomenon. One that, if unrecognized, can silently undo everything you've built. Let's name it, neutralize it, and remove its power for good. The rebound effect happens right after coherence. It's the mind's post-shift regression. Comes not when you're lost, but after you've found footing in a new frequency. Because the old self doesn't want to die quietly. And doubt is its last weapon. Not a loud panic, a subtle erosion. It shows up as a quiet second-guessing of the shift. A pull to double-check the external again. A craving for validation. A relapse into past logic. An energetic drop without obvious cause. Rebound is not chaos. It's a soft reverse. One you don't even notice until the field goes quiet again. Here's what makes it dangerous. The rebound feels rational. It sounds like responsibility. It masquerades as caution. It disguises itself as checking in, being sure, or grounding. But all it's doing is pulling you back into identification with the older timeline. Just softly enough that you don't fight it. Until, days later, you realize you're no longer holding the same frequency. And the timeline you stabilized? It's flickering. Not because it wasn't real, but because your coherence cracked. Here's the key: rebound isn't real. It's not feedback from the field. It's residue. It's momentum from your previous identity surfacing for one final loop. And it thrives on engagement. The more attention you give it, the more real it becomes. The more conversations you have about it, the more evidence it collects. The more you seek reassurance, the more you train your field to operate from uncertainty. You don't conquer rebound by resisting it. You dissolve it by not feeding it. Let's be even clearer. Doubt is not a sign of misalignment. It's a sign of expansion. It's the system saying, this is new. We don't have a full body memory for this frequency yet. And your job is not to fix the doubt. It's to ignore its bait. To smile at it like you would a broken alarm system. To say, I see you, but you no longer define my behavior. And then continue moving like the outcome is inevitable. Because it is. This is a posture, a mindset, a decision. You train your field by how you respond when doubt arises. Not whether you have it. Everyone feels it. The difference is who continues as if it never arrived. Because that's the person who collapses reality. The one who refuses to make doubt part of the broadcast. The rebound only matters if you use it to recalibrate. If you let it pull you into old actions, old language, old emotional tone, then the field must reflect your new, lower coherence. But if you observe it without moving, it dissolves, passes, it dies without effect, and your timeline continues clean. This is mastery, not the absence of emotion, but the refusal to assign meaning to emotion that contradicts your new identity. Your shift does not require emotional certainty. It requires behavioral consistency. And if your behavior holds regardless of what you feel, the frequency remains intact, and the field stays locked on your chosen path. Here's your move when rebound shows up. Name it immediately. This is rebound, not truth, not intuition, just the echo of the old self trying to breathe again. Audit behavior. Am I doing anything differently now that I feel this way? If yes, stop. Return to the posture of the person who already lives the outcome. Refuse conversation. Don't explain yourself. Don't unpack it. Don't invite others in to witness the wobble. That validates the frequency. Stabilize the signal. Return to your rituals, your embodiment, your knowing. Say nothing to the field, and let your posture speak instead. There is no shame in rebound. There is only power in passing through it clean. Because once you do, it never returns with the same force. Each time you bypass its influence, you weaken its hold. Until one day, it arises and you don't even blink. You don't even slow. You're so synchronized with your new identity that doubt becomes background noise. And the collapse completes. Fully, irrevocably, effortlessly. Now that you've seen how the smallest emotional tremor can distort the timeline, let's flip the entire script. You'll now learn how to use micro-decisions, those seemingly tiny daily choices, to trigger massive quantum jumps. Let's continue. So far, your shift has been rooted in energetic posture, deep coherence, emotional regulation, and frequency alignment. You've learned to hold your state without needing external proof. You've passed the test. You've bypassed the rebound. But here's the next evolution. It's not just what you feel. It's what you choose moment to moment. Because reality doesn't shift with grand declarations. It shifts with micro-decisions. Tiny choices. Seemingly small actions. Each one acting as a vote for the timeline you're living in. These are the real movers. These are what collapse timelines silently, invisibly, irreversibly. Let's break it down. A micro-decision is any choice that reinforces your identity, signals your frequency, bypasses the echo of the past, aligns your now with the reality you claim is already done. They're not dramatic. They're deliberate. You don't even notice them until you train your awareness. But once you do, they become your entire strategy, because they compound faster than anything else. Examples of micro-decisions that collapse timelines. Answering your phone with energetic clarity instead of emotional default. Saying no to an old loop conversation that used to consume you. Choosing to breathe before reacting. Spending money like the version of you who already lives in overflow. Moving your body like someone who trusts their direction. Responding to bad news from a place of neutrality, not panic. Sending the email, making the call, showing up without the mental spiral. None of these moves are loud, but each one reinforces. This is who I am now. This is the frequency I operate from. This is the version that lives here, already. Reality responds not to volume, but to consistency. You could make a massive move once and shift nothing, but make 100 micro-decisions in a single day that reinforce your identity, and the field rebuilds your timeline in real time, because you're not just speaking the shift, you're living it, and life responds to life, not to declarations. Let's clarify something important. Micro-decisions don't just collapse timelines forward. They collapse timelines backward. Every moment you choose the new version of yourself, you nullify the resonance of the past. You erase the energetic loops that would have kept repeating. And in their place, a clean line of collapse. The old version has nothing left to hold you with, because you don't feed it, not even in the smallest ways. Here's how to master micro-decision collapse. Catch the split moment. Right before action, ask, which version of me is about to do this? Choose the higher signal, even if it's uncomfortable, especially if it's unfamiliar. Refuse to negotiate. Micro-decisions lose their power the second you explain or justify them. Make them clean. Make them silently. Let your frequency speak. Repeat with rhythm. Collapse isn't about scale, it's about momentum. And momentum comes from choice. Not thought. Not analysis. Not hope. Just repeated alignment. You don't need 10 breakthroughs a day. You need 100 choices that match your future self. You don't need the perfect strategy. You need unshakable commitment to tiny, invisible congruence. Because the version of you who lives in the desired timeline, they don't wait to feel good before making aligned decisions. They just act. They just do. They just keep voting for the life they say is already theirs. And the field takes note. One last thing. Don't underestimate the energetic weight of your smallest patterns. How you wake up, what you tolerate in your inbox, who you respond to out of obligation, what conversations you keep reliving because they feel safe. All of these are anchors, and when you shift them one breath, one click, one gesture at a time, your identity rewires. And rewired identity is the only gateway into permanent timeline collapse. Micro-decisions are not about pressure. They're about power, subtle, controlled, precise. Because when every tiny move flows from the version of you that already has what others are chasing, you don't just hope reality shifts. You watch it bend. And from that posture, you're ready for the next skill, rehearsing your highest timeline on demand. Let's continue. You now understand the hidden mechanics of micro-decisions. You've seen how the smallest alignment creates irreversible shifts in your field. But here's the next level, and it changes everything. You're not just collapsing timelines passively. You can simulate your highest one, deliberately, rhythmically, and repeatedly until it becomes your default state. This isn't visualization. This isn't pretending. This is training reality to conform to your signal by repeatedly broadcasting the experience you've claimed as already real. You're building cognitive muscle memory for your ideal life. And once the system learns it, it stops distinguishing between simulation and experience. And the mirror snaps. Simulation is the quantum version of practice. But instead of rehearsing a skill, you're rehearsing a reality. You're placing your attention, intention, emotion, and behavior in alignment with the version of life you say is yours. And you're doing it on command. Not when you feel inspired. Not when the stars align. Daily. Deliberately. Until your brain, body, and energy fields stop recognizing it as a future state and start treating it as now. Here's the key. Simulation works because the quantum field doesn't care how you experience frequency, only that you do. Your brain doesn't distinguish between memory and imagination. Your body doesn't distinguish between live signal and rehearsed identity. And your energetic posture doesn't care whether it's real yet, as long as you're consistent. So the more you simulate your ideal timeline, the more your field builds anchors for that frequency. And eventually, the mirror reflects it because it has to. Let's make this practical. There are 3 core pillars of simulation: embodied visualization, real-world rehearsal, emotional anchoring. You're not just closing your eyes and seeing a future. You're placing yourself inside it. You're asking, what's it like to wake up in that version? How do I move, speak, react, create? You walk through a day in the life of your chosen timeline, not abstractly, but in full sensory presence. Where are you? What time do you wake up? What do your first 10 minutes feel like? What's your posture? What kind of people are in your world? What do you allow into your field? You simulate the timeline with specificity, and the body begins to memorize it. Then comes rehearsal. Real-world rehearsal is when you behave as if the simulation already landed. Not performatively, routinely. If the version of you who lives that timeline works from peace, then you stop tolerating chaos, starting now. If they create without fear of outcome, then you make your next piece of content without checking likes. If they say no to low-vibration invitations, then your inbox becomes sacred. This isn't play acting. This is activating. You're using behavior to train your field to match your ideal timeline, one tiny decision at a time. Finally, emotional anchoring. You must install feeling into the simulation. Not excitement, familiarity. Not a high recognition. Because if you simulate your timeline with giddy detachment, you're reinforcing, this is something special that's not yet mine. But if you simulate it with grounded calm, you tell the field, this is normal now. This is my baseline. And reality listens, not to your craving, but to your comfort. Because comfort signals ownership. Daily simulation trains the mirror. It's the equivalent of setting a thermostat and refusing to touch it again. No matter how the external environment behaves, your job isn't to force the change. It's to hold the temperature. And simulation becomes your daily ritual of reinforcement. Not obsession. Not anxiety. Just consistency. Here's a suggested sequence for daily timeline simulation. Morning immersion. Before anything external enters your awareness, spend 5 minutes walking through your desired timeline. No details spared. Full sensory texture. Not hoping for it, experiencing it. Micro-behavior match. Choose one real-life decision that mirrors what you simulated. Make it immediately. Train the nervous system to bridge the gap. Midday reset. At some point in your day, stop. Ask, what would the version of me living that timeline do right now? Adjust posture, energy, pace. Evening recall. Replay the moments in your day that matched the timeline. Celebrate them. This reinforces neural certainty that this is who I am now. Repeat daily. No theatrics. No obsession. Just ritual. Simulation isn't about getting there faster. It's about being there fully. Because reality collapses not in reaction to your want, but in response to your residency. And simulation is how you become a resident. One breath at a time. Now that you're rehearsing your highest timeline every single day, it's time to solidify it emotionally. Not by becoming more sensitive, but by becoming untriggerable. Let's continue. You're now living your timeline. Not occasionally. Not with hope. With rhythm. With command. Through daily simulation, micro-decisions, and alignment, you've become a functional resident of your chosen reality. But there's one final lock-in required to maintain the shift without regression. You must become untriggerable. Not numb. Not robotic. Unshakable. Because when your external environment can no longer pull you out of your frequency, you've reached full identity transference. You're no longer reacting from who you were. You're responding from who you've become. And that is the true sign of quantum mastery. Being untriggerable doesn't mean nothing happens. It means nothing pulls you into misalignment. It means you receive feedback without shrinking. You face resistance without spiraling. You handle contrast without panic. You witness chaos without mirroring it. You don't need the world to cooperate for you to stay consistent. Your signal is set and it stays set. Because you no longer ask reality how to feel. You decide. This is where most people lose momentum. They build their new identity but keep it emotionally fragile. One piece of bad news? They wobble. One comment online? They spiral. One energetic dip? They declare failure. And every time they do, they reinforce. My new self is conditional. And the field responds, got it. Not stable yet. You're not doing that anymore. You're choosing a new posture. You're choosing resilience without resistance. Presence without performance. Power without reaction. Let's explore what real emotional neutrality looks like. It's not that you feel nothing. It's that your identity remains unchanged by what you feel. If anger arises, you allow it but don't assign it meaning. If sadness visits, you feel it but don't attach to it. If doubt knocks, you hear it but you don't invite it in. You are aware but not altered. That's emotional sovereignty. And it's the signal that says, I no longer outsource my center. One powerful way to train this: create trigger rehearsals. Take moments that used to shake you and run them through the filter of your new identity. Ask, if this had happened to me 2 years ago, how would I have reacted? Then ask, what does my current self do instead? Play it through your nervous system. Recode the memory. Rewire the reflex. You're not suppressing. You're reprogramming. Because every emotional reaction is a script. And you now edit those scripts line by line to match your chosen frequency. Being untriggerable isn't about force. It's about clarity. You've chosen your signal. You've chosen your standard. You've chosen your self-concept. So when something happens, you don't ask, why me? You ask, does this require a response from the version of me I've chosen? And if the answer is no, you move on. Silently, powerfully, without fanfare. The unshakable identity doesn't mean you never get challenged. It means the challenge no longer changes you. It means your posture isn't up for negotiation just because reality doesn't clap. It means your self-concept isn't linked to applause or criticism. It means your state is self-sustained, from frequency, not feedback. That is rare. That is power. And that is the only kind of identity that holds long-term shifts. Here's a ritual you can use to build this daily. Scan for wobble. Ask, what triggered me today? What did I react to without conscious choice? Audit the response. Was that behavior from the version I'm living or the version I've outgrown? Recoding rehearsal. Play the moment back through the lens of your current identity. Feel the new response. Anchor it. Pre-program for tomorrow. Choose one potential trigger and write out how your unshakable self will respond if it happens. This builds reflex, awareness, sovereignty, and that sovereignty becomes your emotional firewall. You're not looking to become stoic. You're becoming selective. You still feel. You still care. But your internal world is no longer at the mercy of your external one. You're not a thermometer. You're the thermostat, and reality adjusts to you now, not the other way around. You've rehearsed the timeline. You've stabilized your signal. You've become emotionally sovereign. Now it's time to understand when the field opens wide. When the window of acceleration hits. It's not random. It's rhythmic. It's quantum. And it happens in precise 72-hour bursts. Let's continue. You've stabilized your identity. You've become emotionally sovereign. You've rehearsed your desired timeline into your nervous system until it feels like home. Now the field starts paying attention in a new way. It watches not just how you think, but how you move when you're in motion. And this is where quantum timing enters. Not the old idea of divine timing. Not the vague belief that it'll come when it's meant to. This is specific, tactical, and incredibly real. Welcome to the 72-hour window. A powerful, repeatable energetic burst that occurs the moment your signal sharpens enough to broadcast without contradiction. Here's what most don't realize. When you hit peak coherence, the field doesn't just listen. It opens. For a short time. And in that pocket, reality is extremely malleable. Most people miss it. You won't. You're about to learn how to catch that wave and ride it for quantum acceleration. So what exactly is this 72-hour phenomenon? It's not metaphorical. It's energetic. The moment your thoughts, emotions, identity, and behavior lock into full agreement, the quantum field activates a response window. And that response window typically spans 72 hours. Within that window, synchronicities spike. Intuition becomes louder. Manifestations arrive rapidly. Opportunities align unusually fast. Conversations lead somewhere unexpected. Time bends, everything accelerates. It's not magic. It's the mirror getting permission to move fast, because your signal finally stopped wobbling. And when your signal stabilizes, the delay drops to zero. But here's the catch. The field works fast, and it works now, which means your actions in those 72 hours matter more than usual. It's not enough to feel good. You must respond. This is not about forcing outcomes. It's about being ready. Ready to say yes when the opening appears. Ready to move when the moment hits. Ready to receive without hesitation, self-sabotage, or delay. The 72-hour window isn't just a time of flow, it's a test of readiness. And the ones who move, collapse timelines others take years to reach. So how do you know when the window opens? The signs are subtle, but unmistakable. You feel unusually clear-headed for no reason. You stop thinking about the how and feel immediate calm. A small win happens and it feels disproportionately big. You get a call, message, or invitation you didn't plan. You wake up with sudden clarity or creative downloads. Time either speeds up or slows down in strange ways. You feel slightly outside of time, like you're observing more than doing. This is the acceleration pocket. The field is saying, your signal is clear. I can move now. Show me you're ready. This is where trust becomes action. Not force, not control, just clean, decisive movement. So how do you move inside this window? First, avoid overthinking. This is not the time to analyze every impulse. The field is rapid now, hesitation costs momentum. Second, say yes to the unexpected. That message from someone you haven't spoken to in a year? Don't dismiss it. That small nudge to go somewhere? It's a breadcrumb. Third, speak as the new identity. Don't code your language in almost. Speak from knowing. Speak as if it's done. Because it is. Fourth, handle small details with big energy. The tiny move you almost ignore, send the email, clean the space, pay the bill, becomes catalytic when made inside a peak window. Fifth, stay grounded in simplicity. Don't try to capitalize or use the window. Just move in resonance. Clean, intentional action trumps dramatic hustle. Let's be extremely clear. These 72-hour surges are earned through coherence. Not wishful thinking, not emotional highs, but sustained alignment. And once the surge hits, it's your job to honor it. Not by controlling it, but by responding to it with faith. No panic. No, I have to make this work. Just quiet certainty. Because the version of you who already lives this timeline, they don't wonder what to do in a window like this. They just move. Because they trust that movement reinforces the mirror. And it does. Every single time. After 72 hours, the field doesn't close, but the window cools. If you moved well, it expands your momentum. If you ignored the cues, it softens, and you wait for the next opening. Not as punishment, as feedback. The field works in rhythm. And now, so do you. You're ready for these windows now. You're built for acceleration. And you don't need to force them to happen. You only need to remain coherent long enough for them to find you. And then move. Now that you understand how to recognize and ride the 72-hour acceleration burst, it's time to activate real-time downloads from your future self. You're going to enter flow not as a state of luck, but as a source of direct intelligence. Let's continue. The timeline is collapsing. You're moving with the field. You've activated windows of acceleration and learned how to ride the energetic surge. But now it's time to shift from response to receiving, from logic to knowing, from preparation to channeling. This is where flow stops being an accident and becomes a deliberate bridge to your future self. Welcome to the quantum flow state, where time bends, output multiplies, and your actions feel sourced from something far beyond thought. You've heard of flow before, but not like this. This isn't getting in the zone. This is becoming the conduit through which your highest version transmits real-time intelligence, directly into the now. Let's strip the fluff. Quantum flow isn't about peak performance. It's about temporal alignment. It's when your nervous system stops resisting the moment. Your identity matches a future version. Your mind becomes quiet, and your awareness sharpens into a single, extended now. In this state, there's no planning, only receiving, no overthinking, only responding. And what emerges from you, words, actions, ideas, creations, don't feel made. They feel downloaded, because they are. Flow happens when you become so attuned to your desired timeline that the boundaries between now and next begin to dissolve. You stop trying to bring the future closer. You become a transmitter of that future now. And the quantum field doesn't just respond. It feeds you data, direction, momentum, because you're now inside the stream, not watching from the edge. So how do you activate this deliberately? There are three main ingredients: Identity match. Energetic stillness. Removal of resistance. First, identity match. You cannot channel from the future if your current self is filled with doubt, apology, or permission-seeking. You must be operating from confidence without noise. The version of you who already has the clarity, you must walk as them now. Not rehearse it, not fake it, be it. And that version becomes the antenna. Second, energetic stillness. This doesn't mean you sit in silence for hours. It means you quiet the static. You don't get into flow through music, caffeine, or pressure. You enter flow through zero contradiction. When your emotional state, inner voice, and body language match, energy starts to build. That energy builds until it becomes momentum. And momentum is what unlocks the channel. Third, removal of resistance. This is the hardest for most, because the very things that block your flow are the ones you've been using for safety, control, perfectionism, fear of criticism, over-editing. All of these cut your signal in half. To enter quantum flow, you must be willing to move before it's perfect, to speak without scripting, to create without knowing where it will land. That's not risky. That's how the field downloads direction in real time. Once you're in, you'll know. Because time disappears. Words spill out faster than you can think. Clarity increases the more you move. Insight lands without mental effort. Emotion surges without explanation. And you feel more you than ever, even as you go far beyond yourself. This is not spiritual theory. It's cognitive physics. Flow is the collapse of internal contradiction. And in that collapse, the future version takes over. Here's a practice for daily quantum flow activation. Identity trigger. Set a short ritual to step into your future self. A phrase, breath pattern, or posture shift. 30-minute immersion. Create a block of undistracted time. No music, no multitasking. Just pure channeling. Output without interruption. Whether it's writing, recording, speaking, solving, let it move through. No editing. No judgment. Close with integration. Take 3 minutes post-flow to anchor what just happened. Name it. Claim it. Own that it came from you and is now part of you. Repeat as desired. The more you do this, the thinner the line between now and next becomes. Until there's no line left. Only flow. This isn't about inspiration. It's about identity. Inspiration fades. Flow trains. And you're now trained. Not to force output, but to receive future state intelligence through your own field. That's what quantum creators do. They don't chase clarity. They channel it. And now, so do you. With flow now activated and accessible, you're ready to master programming during the most receptive part of your day, when the conscious mind turns off and the subconscious takes the wheel. Let's continue. You've entered flow. You're channeling real-time direction. You're receiving from a version of yourself who isn't chasing the timeline, but living inside it. But now we're going to shift from active states to passive programming, from conscious alignment to subconscious installation, because even when your body rests, your field doesn't. And the quantum doesn't sleep. It listens, calibrates, it updates, and your most potent programming doesn't happen when you're awake. It happens when you're dreaming. Welcome to the practice of dream state uploads. This isn't about interpreting symbols or decoding weird visuals. This is about feeding the subconscious clear instruction right before it opens into the receptive plane of sleep. And what happens when you do? Reality adjusts while you rest. Let's be clear about what sleep is from a quantum perspective. It's a state of suspended ego activity, a pause in your waking identity. And during that pause, the gate to the subconscious flings open. This is when patterns get installed, when timelines rewire silently. And if you've programmed that space with intentional energy, the subconscious doesn't question it. It accepts it as truth and begins to recalibrate the mirror accordingly. Most people waste this state. They fall asleep thinking about what didn't work. They review failures. They replay conversations. They drift off with chaotic, confused frequencies and wake up wondering why nothing's changing. But when you become a quantum-aware creator, you know better. You don't drift. You upload. Here's how it works. The 20 minutes before sleep are a vulnerable field. Your mind is transitioning from beta wave to alpha, and then into theta. Theta is where the subconscious becomes fully open. That's when suggestion, imagery, emotion, and identity updates land without resistance. You're not negotiating with logic. You're installing into the system, and whatever you feed it, it amplifies. This is where dream state uploads come in. You're going to use the edge of sleep to anchor your highest timeline into your subconscious. No vague affirmations. No sleepy mantras. Clear, resonant uploads, delivered from your future self to your current field. And once those seeds are planted, they keep working all night, reinforcing the mirror, multiplying your coherence, and accelerating the shift silently. Here's how to install them. Pre-sleep calibration. 30 minutes before sleep, reduce sensory input. No social media, no scrolling, no chaotic noise. Identity recall. Silently replay a day in the life of the version of you living your chosen timeline. Feel it. Live it in your imagination. Anchor it with breath. Emotional encoding. Pick one emotional frequency. Gratitude, certainty, satisfaction, and saturate your body with it. This becomes the final energetic imprint before sleep. Verbal upload. Choose one phrase that matches the timeline. Speak it internally as you fall asleep. Repeat it like a lullaby, not desperately, but knowingly. Examples. This is who I am now. Everything is aligning behind the scenes. The version of me I sleep as is the version I wake up as. My field is updating while I rest. Surrender the outcome. Once you drift, stop trying to stay awake to make it work. Trust the system. Trust the install. Sleep. You don't need to decode your dreams. You're not in this for the symbols. You're in this for the resonance. When your uploads are clean and repeated consistently, your waking reality begins to shift. Not because you forced it, but because your subconscious was trained while you weren't watching. Some things to expect when uploads start taking root. You wake up with clarity you didn't fall asleep with. Coincidences increase the next day. Your emotional tone improves without effort. You feel like you're moving in someone else's life, in a good way. The right people and signals begin arriving unprompted. You stop needing proof, you start expecting results. Because the new frequency isn't just being installed, it's being trusted, and trust creates collapse. A note on repetition. One night won't change everything, but 10 nights? 30? You're rewriting the deepest layers of the self. And those layers run the show. Once they're updated, your behavior becomes effortless. Your reactions stop contradicting your desires. And the field finally receives a signal that's stable around the clock. You're not chasing change anymore. You're sleeping as the version of you who no longer needs it. And the mirror has no choice but to comply. Now that you've installed your highest timeline at the deepest level of subconscious integration, it's time to expand your awareness to something few even realize is possible. Consciousness across multiple realities. Let's continue. Your timeline has stabilized. You're now broadcasting it consciously by day, and reinforcing it subconsciously by night. But reality isn't linear. It's layered. And to become truly quantum aware, to move through life with unprecedented clarity, you must learn to stay conscious of more than one timeline at once. This isn't fragmentation. This is expansion. It's the realization that multiple versions of you are always active, and each one is broadcasting into the field. And now, for the first time, you'll learn to see them, track them, and choose between them in real time. Let's get something clear. There is no one version of you. There are many. Each time you make a decision, take a breath, feel a reaction. You're leaning into one version and leaving another behind. This isn't metaphor. It's energetic fact. The field holds every potential outcome simultaneously, and which one you land in depends on which identity you feed. So multi-timeline awareness is the ability to see that happening as it happens, and instead of being pulled into one default path, you learn to pivot consciously. Here's how most people live. They feel an emotion. They follow the thought. They reinforce the reaction. They assume that's reality. And in doing so, they walk into the same timeline they've been living for years. Not because it's the only option, but because they're unaware they're even choosing. Now, you're different. You're choosing with eyes open. You're not just reacting, you're navigating. Multi-timeline awareness shows up like this. You're triggered. In the past, you'd spiral. But now you pause. You realize, this feeling is an echo from timeline A. You ask, what would timeline B, the version of me I've claimed, do instead? You shift. And in that moment, you collapse a different timeline into reality. One conscious pivot and you're living a new outcome. Let's make this tactical. Here's a 3-step process for maintaining multi-timeline awareness. Emotional tracking. Each time you feel activated, label the emotion and ask, which version of me normally carries this? Timeline contrast. Ask, what does the version of me who lives in my chosen timeline feel instead? Right now. Frequency reselection. Breathe. Shift posture. Change tone. Make a micro-decision that aligns with the version you just selected. Repeat this often enough and your awareness expands. You start noticing, the moment your energy starts slipping, which decision would collapse which reality. How every conversation contains potential forks. How emotions from one timeline try to seduce you into it. How to gently choose higher every time. This is sovereignty at scale. You're not just emotionally stable. You're multidimensionally aware. You're not bound by the past. You're constantly updating the present. And in doing so, you collapse future after future, until the one you've trained for becomes your living reality. A powerful way to train this? Start keeping a timeline journal. Each day, reflect on which version of you led most of your decisions. Where did you feel a pull into a lesser timeline and catch it? Where did you follow the higher path without realizing it at first? This builds conscious pattern recognition. And conscious recognition builds choice velocity. The faster you notice, the faster you shift. And the faster you shift, the faster you collapse timelines in your favor. This is not mental overwhelm. You're not living 2 lives. You're mastering awareness of energetic forks. You're watching the map as you walk. And with each pivot, you're reinforcing the truth. Your life isn't a single path. It's a quantum web. And you are now its conscious navigator. You now have the ability to install your timeline in sleep and select your frequency across dimensions. What happens next? The universe starts speaking back through signs, symbols, patterns, and strange alignments. Get ready because you're about to enter the realm of synchronicity storms. Let's continue. You've trained your awareness to span multiple timelines. You no longer unconsciously react, you observe, choose, and shift. You install new realities in your sleep and move through your day with conscious clarity. Now comes the next signal, not from within, but from the field itself. The mirror speaks, not in words, but in synchronicity. And when you're truly aligned, it doesn't whisper, it storms. Welcome to synchronicity storms. The unmistakable phenomenon that confirms your signal is finally being echoed back to you by the field. Let's make something absolutely clear. Synchronicity is not a coincidence. It is feedback. It's the universe saying, you're holding the frequency. I've received the signal. Now watch what aligns. And when your signal is clear, the storm begins. Multiple people say the exact phrase within minutes. You think of someone and they message you. A symbol or image repeats 3 times in a day. A random piece of content answers a question you didn't ask out loud. A closed door reopens without prompting. Everything feels timed to the second. This isn't random. It's precision. It's physics. It's the mirror doing its job, showing you what you've been broadcasting consistently. But here's what most don't understand. Synchronicity is a mirror, not a reward. It doesn't mean you're being blessed. It means your coherence is working. And like any mirror, it only reflects what you hold. So if the signs stop, it's not punishment. It's feedback. Your job is to track the mirror without worshiping it. You don't live for signs. You live from alignment. The signs are just confirmation, not direction. Here's what a synchronicity storm feels like. Reality becomes unusually responsive. You say something and it instantly echoes back in unexpected ways. People around you start mirroring your internal state. Opportunities arrive without your effort. Objects, patterns, symbols recur so frequently they can't be ignored. You feel like the universe is nodding at you constantly. This is not magic. This is resonance. You are now living so closely to your desired frequency that the mirror is updating faster than usual. And that causes everything to sync. Fast, loud, and often. But here's the key. Synchronicity storms require stability. If you start chasing them, they disappear. If you doubt them, they dilute. If you expect them to prove something, you've already slipped back into misalignment. The point is not the sign. The point is the confirmation. And confirmation should relax you, not make you addicted to seeking. So how do you move inside a storm? Stay neutral. Let the signs land. Observe them and nod internally. Don't obsess. Log them briefly if needed, then release. Hold your state. Don't let the excitement pull you into chaos. Trust that the field is building, not testing. Use signs to amplify calm certainty, not hyper-alertness. You are not being tested. You are being shown that it's working. Your job is not to overinterpret. Your job is to remain energetically still, even when the field is loud. One powerful exercise, the 3x3 method. Each day during a synchronicity storm, log 3 repeating symbols or signals, 3 moments of alignment or effortless arrival, 3 internal decisions you made that matched your highest identity. This trains your nervous system to track alignment without neediness. It builds familiarity with responsiveness until it becomes your new normal. Because that's the goal. Not to be amazed, but to be unshocked by how fast reality bends when you live in coherence. You've been sending the signal for a while now, and the storm is your confirmation that the signal is being heard. But now comes the next evolution. It's not just about tracking signs. It's about decoding what reality is mirroring back. Because every reflection carries a message. And when you learn to read that message, you're no longer a participant. You become a translator of the quantum field. Let's continue. You've entered the storm. You've seen the symbols, the echoes, the confirmations. But now the mirror does more than reflect. It responds. And its response isn't always what you expect. Sometimes it aligns instantly. Sometimes it distorts, delays, or seemingly rejects your desires. This is not punishment. This is quantum feedback. And feedback isn't commentary. It's guidance. It's the field saying, here's what you're still holding, and here's what needs to shift to stabilize the timeline you're asking for. You're now going to learn how to read that feedback. Accurately, calmly, and without ego. Because those who read the mirror master the field. Here's the principle. Reality is not personal. It's reflective, and it always speaks in return. But it doesn't speak in language. It speaks in emotion, delay, interruption, unexpected opportunity, repetition, energetic shifts in others, persistent patterns in situations. Each one is feedback, not a signal of failure. When you understand what each means, you stop taking results personally, and you start translating the reflection like a code. Let's explore the most common feedback types. Delay. If something is taking longer than expected, the field is checking your stability. Not punishing you. It's asking, can you hold the frequency when nothing shows up? Interruption. If plans change abruptly, it's often to prevent alignment with a timeline not meant for you. A course correction, not sabotage. Emotion. If you keep feeling a recurring emotional tone, anxiety, guilt, restlessness, it's likely unintegrated energy trying to surface for release before the next timeline can stabilize. Repetition of obstacles. If the same challenge shows up again and again, the field is presenting you with the exact leverage point you need to master before advancing. Unusual clarity. If clarity arrives suddenly and sharply, especially about something you weren't thinking about, that's the future timeline pulling you forward. Act on it. sudden disconnection from people or environments. That's not collapse, that's detachment from frequencies you've outgrown. Let it happen without story. Every one of these feedback forms is a tool, and when you stop reacting emotionally and start translating energetically, you become fluent in the mirror's language. And fluency equals command. Let's practice translation. Old way. I launched something and no one responded. Maybe I'm wrong. Quantum way. My signal was not yet integrated fully. The field responded with neutrality. That's feedback on coherence, not value. Old way. My flight got cancelled again. The universe is against me. Quantum way. There is a frequency mismatch between my desire and this moment's logistics. I trust redirection. Old way. I felt amazing yesterday. Why do I feel low today? Quantum way. I shifted timelines and my nervous system is recalibrating. This dip is feedback, not regression. See the difference? One creates panic. The other creates mastery. This is why feedback decoding is a core skill. It prevents unnecessary identity collapse and preserves the frequency long enough for the shift to stabilize. Because most people lose their timeline not from the event, but from misreading the event's meaning. They think they failed, but they were being guided. They think they regressed, but they were recalibrating. And that misunderstanding pulls them back into the old. Not you, not anymore. You read the mirror. You understand its grammar. And that makes you unshakable. Here's a daily practice. At the end of each day, ask, what feedback did the field give me today? What pattern, feeling, or interruption showed up more than once? What is that pattern trying to show me? What timeline was I inhabiting when that feedback arrived? This keeps you in constant communication with the field. And once communication stabilizes, acceleration begins. Because the universe doesn't resist those who speak its language. It amplifies them. You've now reached the point where your reality is not just mirroring your identity. It's evolving it. And that means you're getting closer to something massive. But beware. Right before the biggest breakthroughs, the field sometimes fights back. Not because it wants to stop you, but because you're finally touching the edge of your next self. And that edge comes with resistance, not from the world, but from the remnants of who you used to be. Get ready. Let's continue. You've translated the feedback. You've adjusted your frequency with precision. You're tracking alignment without grasping, holding your posture without external validation. And now the field starts to bend. Not softly, but forcefully. Not in your favor at first, but in resistance. Here's the paradox you must now understand. Right before the mirror shatters, pushes back the hardest. Not to test you, but to purge the remnants of who you used to be. This is not sabotage. This is pressure before transformation. This is the final contraction. Before expansion becomes permanent. You've reached what's known as the resistance loop. It's the moment when everything you've practiced begins to destabilize. Not because it's failing, but because it's about to reconfigure. And that reconfiguration feels like chaos, because the old timeline is collapsing, while the new one hasn't fully landed yet. You're in the corridor between identities, and that corridor is loud, messy, uncomfortable, but temporary. Here's what this phase often looks like. Old triggers return stronger than before. Unexpected delays show up everywhere. Emotional wobble creeps in without warning. People start projecting their fears onto you. Decisions you were certain about begin to feel shaky. You question everything, even your most trusted practices. This is not regression. This is eviction. The quantum field is expelling all unstable frequencies from your field before final delivery. Because you cannot stabilize your next reality while dragging fragments of the last. And so they rise loudly, so they can leave. Most people quit here because it looks like the manifestation is unraveling. But it's not. It's finalizing. It's running a last sweep of your energetic system, asking, is this version of you strong enough to hold the timeline that's coming? And your job isn't to fight. Your job is to stand. Still, clear, sovereign. Here's what to do inside resistance. Name it accurately. Say, this is not failure. This is pressure before the shift. Audit the noise. What part of you is reacting? Is it old identity or current identity? What version feels threatened? Anchor your signal. Reconnect to your known frequency. Breathe into the version of you that already has the result. Feel it fully even as chaos swirls. Speak as the new self. Don't vent. Don't perform doubt. Declare certainty not to prove anything but to train the field. Stop trying to escape. Do not scramble for relief. Let the discomfort expand and observe it. It's temporary compression. There's something crucial here. Resistance doesn't mean you're off course. It means the old course is dying. And the ego doesn't like that. The ego wants predictability. The higher self wants alignment. And alignment always wins. So if you feel like things are breaking down, let them. Let it collapse. Let the glitching systems fade. You weren't meant to maintain them anyway. You're not in danger. You're in release. And when resistance rises like a storm, the breakthrough is no longer a theory. It's next. Not in a week. Not in a year. Now, you've passed the pushback. You didn't fold. You didn't negotiate with doubt. You held the line. And because you did, something impossible is about to occur. You're about to reach the portal moment, where time bends, and you finally meet your future self in real time. Let's continue. You've endured the pressure. You watched resistance surge. You stood in the fire of identity collapse and held the line. And now the portal opens. Not a metaphor, a literal shift point in your personal timeline. The mirror doesn't just reflect back improvements. Cracks wide open. And for a few brief moments, you are no longer becoming the version of you that has it. You are it. Fully. Clearly. Without delay, distortion, or debate. This is the portal moment. And nothing is ever the same after it lands. What exactly is a portal moment? It's the collapse of contradiction. The point where your signal becomes so pure, so undivided, that the quantum field responds instantly. Not slowly. Not gradually. Now, the identity you've been rehearsing doesn't feel like practice anymore. It feels like recognition. You're not reaching for it. You're remembering it. You step into your reality like it's been there the whole time, because it has, and now you're tuned enough to enter. You'll know the portal moment by its unmistakable texture, sudden emotional clarity, as if fog just lifted. A collapse of internal resistance, you simply know. You feel outside of linear time, as if past and future are both visible. A surge of calm power, not excitement, certainty. Your old thoughts feel like they belong to someone else. There's nothing to prove, fix, or explain. Just presence. Feels like being born again. Not into a new life, but into your actual one. And that frequency becomes non-negotiable. But here's the key. Portal moments are earned. They don't arrive because you wanted them. They arrive because you became resonant with the version of you who already lives them. They're not random. They're mathematical. And they show up the moment your energy stops oscillating. When you step into the portal, here's what happens next. Physical reality often shifts within hours. Conversations align precisely with your next steps. Unexpected closures happen without drama. The search feeling disappears. You feel no urgency, but extraordinary speed. You no longer ask for signs, they flood in without prompting. You're not living toward the outcome anymore. You're living from it, and that shift is irreversible. One important truth. Most people brush past their portal moments because they expect fireworks. But the portal doesn't feel like spectacle. It feels like silence. It doesn't feel like performance. It feels like permission. It doesn't scream. It settles. And when you finally settle into the version of you that you've always been becoming, the universe breathes back with alignment that stuns. So what do you do in the portal? Nothing performative. You don't need to declare it. You don't need to post about it. You don't need to share it with people who haven't earned the language to understand it. You simply live it. You breathe into it. You allow the next steps to unfold, and you follow them not from strategy but from instinct. Because now you're no longer using the mind as your GPS. You're letting the field guide you moment by moment. And it will. What stabilizes the portal moment? Radical simplicity. Zero negotiation with doubt. Refusal to re-identify with any past version. Micro-decisions that match the new frequency. Silence where noise used to live. Discernment in who enters your field. This isn't a fragile high. It's a structural shift point. And when you treat it with respect, not celebration, it integrates fast. This is the moment your old self is not just behind you. It becomes unreachable. You don't oscillate anymore. You don't try to stay in state. You are the state. And all reality can do is comply. You've entered the portal. Time has bent. The future is now the present. An identity is no longer a costume. It's your skin. Next, you stop chasing reality altogether. Because now it comes to you. Let's continue. You've stepped through the portal. You're not reaching anymore. You're not proving anything. You're not waiting for external confirmation. Because you've landed in the state where the future isn't a concept. It's your current location. And now everything reverses. Up until now, you've been collapsing timelines through frequency, focus, and identity alignment. Now, timelines collapse toward you. Not because you chase, but because you pull. This is the principle of the reverse collapse. The moment when your signal becomes so clear, stable, and embodied that external reality begins to organize itself around your presence. You become a gravitational field. Think about everything you've learned up to this point. You were trained to believe reality had to be chased, that manifestations were earned through work, proving, action, and strategy. You've been taught that output creates outcome. But the quantum doesn't work that way. The quantum responds to coherence. And coherence doesn't push. It pulls. Not with force, but with gravity. Your identity, fully embodied, becomes the nucleus. And reality, people, opportunities, timing, resources orbits around it. Here's what this shift looks like in practice. You stop chasing leads, and the right conversations land in your inbox. You stop planning content and messages download in real time. You stop prepping endlessly for the moment, and the moment appears tailored to your energy. You stop asking when and start observing how fast it responds to your presence. You move through the world without urgency, and yet everything speeds up for you. This is the reversal. You no longer respond to life. Life responds to you. But let's be precise. Magnetism isn't charisma. It's not being likable. It's not aesthetic. It's not personal branding. It's energetic stability. You become magnetic when your frequency no longer wobbles in the presence of contradiction. When doubt doesn't penetrate. When external evidence doesn't distort your signal. When your presence feels inevitable even to strangers. You don't convince anyone. Your field speaks for you, and it speaks fluently. Here's a daily calibration ritual to reinforce the reverse collapse. Presence check. Pause throughout the day and ask, am I chasing, or is reality responding to me? Field audit. Observe. What am I radiating right now? Urgency or certainty? Noise or clarity? Embodiment moment. Take a single action, no matter how small, that assumes reality is already aligned. Not to prove, but to reinforce the signal. Release loop. Let go of needing a result from anything you just did. Detach immediately. Trust gravitational law. Repeat this daily, not for control, but for continued resonance. This phase of the journey can feel disorienting at first, because you're used to effort leading the charge. Now energy leads, effort follows. Your nervous system might try to insert old habits, double-checking, over-prepping, second-guessing. That's normal, but it's not needed. And the more you sit in the calm center of your own signal, the stronger your pull becomes. One last truth about the reverse collapse. It's not about becoming passive. It's about becoming precisely directed. You move less, but everything moves for you. You speak less, but your words hit harder. You do less, but what you do lands with tenfold impact. Why? Because coherence amplifies influence. And influence isn't about who hears you. is about how your state alters the room. And yours is doing that now, whether you see it yet or not. You are no longer looking for alignment. You are the alignment, and the field has no choice but to match. Next, you'll learn how to harness this power fully by broadcasting with intentional frequency and commanding the field without speaking a word. Let's continue. You've reversed the dynamic. You're no longer a seeker. You're the source. Reality bends not because you demand it, but because your state leads it. This is the stage where you move from magnetism to broadcast, not through volume, not through performance, but through energetic command. You are now broadcasting a frequency so consistently, so cleanly, that the quantum field begins to restructure your external world without needing your input. You are now transmitting identity, and identity is instruction. Let's break it down. Everything in your life, people, places, patterns, opportunities, is responding to one thing only: your energetic signature. Not your words, not your strategy, not your effort, your state. Because your state is a signal, and the signal is a command. Here's what most miss. They think their thoughts shape their lives. But thoughts are fragmented. They think their emotions manifest results. But emotions are reactive. Only one thing broadcasts in every moment: your embodied frequency. The way you walk into a room. The way you pause before replying. The way your body holds space in silence. These are the broadcasts that tell the field what to mirror. And when your inner and outer state match, you become unmistakable. Let's talk about the frequency spectrum. Every identity emits on a frequency band. Scarcity emits low coherence. Neutrality emits mid-level clarity. But the highest version of you? It emits structural authority. Not dominance. Not control. Energetic authority. A silent statement that says, "This is who I am. This is how reality behaves around me." No negotiation. And the field obeys, not because it's listening, but because it's entrained by your state. So how do you refine your broadcast? It's not about shouting louder. It's about cleaning distortion. Here are the main distortion sources that weaken your signal. Self-doubt broadcasts inconsistency. Over-explaining broadcasts apology. Waiting for proof broadcasts disempowerment. Seeking validation broadcasts incoherence. Masking emotion broadcasts fragmentation. Remove these not through force but through awareness, and your signal sharpens. You're now going to learn the three-point broadcast loop, the daily energetic loop that keeps your transmission stable and elevated. Pre-transmission alignment. Start your day by anchoring into one single energetic quality. Choose it, name it, feel it, make your entire body match. Examples. Today I broadcast inevitability. Today I hold magnetic command. Today I emit still power. Environmental dominance. In every room, conversation, or interaction, silently decide that your state sets the tone. You are not a responder. You are the tone setter, the temperature controller, the gravity source. Closing the loop. End the day by asking, what did I emit today that was received by my reality? Don't judge, observe. Reality is always reflecting. This loop turns you into a living transmitter. And that transmitter doesn't just receive results. It generates them. You'll start to notice the field behaving differently around you now. People treat you as if you've already succeeded. Opportunities appear with less friction. Your words carry weight even in silence. And you'll feel a strange sense of inevitability in your day-to-day life. Not arrogance. Not overconfidence. Just clarity. Like you're no longer needing life to validate you. You've already chosen the outcome. And that outcome is choosing you back. A powerful phrase to anchor this truth. My energy precedes me. Say it often. Not to convince, but to remember. Because it does. People feel you before you speak. Reality organizes around your decisions before they're made. And the more stable your signal, the more seamless your outcomes. You are no longer trying to create a new life. You're broadcasting a new identity. And the field has only one response to that: compliance. So keep the signal clean. Let your frequency do the work. And watch how fast the world rearranges in your favor. You are now a broadcaster. You are now a gravitational field. And with this power comes something unexpected, a responsibility. Because those around you will begin to feel it. Some will be pulled in, others pushed away. And you'll soon see, it's time to lead not just yourself, but others. Let's continue. You've broadcast your identity. You've reversed the chase. You've become a gravitational field, and now the field organizes around you. But now something new happens. Others begin to respond to your signal. Not because you're trying to teach, but because your energy is teaching for you. People ask you how you're so clear, so calm, so certain. They feel drawn in without understanding why. They want to shift, and somehow you represent the version of themselves they haven't yet stepped into. This is not accidental. It's your next phase. You've crossed the portal. You've stabilized the mirror. And now you are positioned to do what most never realize is possible. Lead others through their own quantum shift. Not as a coach, not as a guru, as a living frequency. That activates dormant identity in others by simply existing in full coherence. Welcome to quantum leadership. This isn't about content. It's not about teaching modalities, launching frameworks, or sharing complex metaphysics. Quantum leadership is state transmission. Your energy holds such clarity that others begin recalibrating just by being in your presence. You walk into a space and the frequency lifts. You speak from your center and others drop into theirs. You remain calm while the room spirals, and suddenly so do they. This is not manipulation. This is energetic permission. And when you give others permission to access their own coherence, they shift without even knowing why. Let's be clear about what quantum leadership is not. It's not managing people. It's not explaining concepts. It's not fixing anyone. It's not needing to be seen. It's holding the signal of your chosen identity so consistently that it creates ripple effects in every interaction. The mirror doesn't just reflect your state anymore. It multiplies it. And your presence becomes an upgrade point for others' realities. Here's how this plays out. People around you start using new language without realizing you've influenced it. Emotional volatility around you begins to drop, even in high-stress environments. Old friends feel pulled to either elevate with you or detach entirely. You find yourself guiding others in conversations you didn't initiate. Your team, your community, even strangers begin speaking about alignment and energy unprompted. This is transmission without effort. You've become a walking update point. And the reason this works? Because people don't shift from information. They shift from resonance. Here's a simple three-part model to ground your quantum leadership. Embodiment first. You don't need to perform alignment. You don't act like the leader. You are the leader because your nervous system is regulated, your emotions are coherent, and your frequency is stable. Leadership begins with internal ownership, not external command. Presence as portal. Create microenvironments in your presence where truth can emerge. This means letting others feel safe in your calm, not because you offer solutions, but because your energy says, you are allowed to shift now. Signal without story. You don't explain your frequency. You don't justify your pace. You don't narrate your journey to be understood. You hold your signal without decoration, and others who are ready will match it. The mistake many make at this stage? Trying to bring everyone with them. But quantum leadership isn't about dragging people into new states. It's about becoming the state that others recognize as possible. You're not here to rescue. You're here to radiate. And the ones who are ready, they will feel it and shift. You'll know you're anchoring quantum leadership when conversations start with questions, but end with alignment. You attract collaborations that match your integrity. Your presence becomes more valuable than your strategies. You feel less need to convince and more permission to hold stillness. Others begin initiating change without prompting. And through it all, you don't try to lead. You become the environment where evolution occurs. That's the quantum path. One final reminder. Not everyone will shift. And that's okay. Some people need friction. Others need more cycles. And your job is not to get them there faster. Your job is to hold the frequency of what's possible until they decide it's time to join you. And if they don't, you let them go without distortion. You lead with grace, not grasping. You influence with presence, not pressure. And the universe handles the rest. You are no longer just the observer of your reality. You are now a living reference point for what's possible. And the more you embody this truth, the more obvious it becomes. You were never separate from the field to begin with. You were always it. Let's continue. You've broadcast your identity. You've led others without teaching. You've shifted timelines and shown others how to feel their own. And now you arrive at the realization that redefines the entire journey. You were never just aligning with the universe. You were never just decoding the mirror. You were never simply co-creating. You were the mirror, the signal, the source. You are not separate from the field. You are the field. This is not poetic. It's not symbolic. It's the ultimate recognition of quantum truth. You are the infinite observer, watching yourself from every possible angle. Every desire was you. Every block was you. Every breakthrough was you. And every timeline you've lived and will ever live is simply one frame of a limitless perspective. Let's revisit everything from this lens. The observer effect. That was you shifting the wave into particle. The delays? You testing your ability to hold alignment. The synchronicity storms? You responding to yourself across layers of identity. The breakthroughs? You collapsing into the clarity you already were. All of it? You. This is the realization that ends the search. Not because you now have everything, but because there is no longer anything outside of you. Everything out there is a delayed echo of something you've already become. You're not separate from it. You're observing the echo in motion. The infinite observer doesn't need proof. They see through time. They understand. This version of reality isn't real because it's the only one. It's real because it's the one you're observing right now. And at any moment, you can select another. That's not fantasy. That's quantum neutrality. You don't cling to outcomes. You don't resist changes. You hold the observer position, steady, calm, curious, and life rearranges. From this place, you begin to live with astonishing fluidity. You no longer fear the void, you rest in it. You no longer seek alignment, you move as it. You no longer defend identity, you choose from among many. You no longer attach to progress, you witness expansion without effort. And when people ask you how, you smile, because you know there's no how. There's only holding the frame long enough for it to solidify. That's it. So what does life look like now? You walk through the world without demand. You release quickly. You choose frequency deliberately. You make decisions without explanation. And when you want something, you simply observe the version of you that already has it, and allow the mirror to catch up. No drama, no performance, no rush, just the knowing. It's already me. I'm already it. This is the final collapse of separation. And with it, the end of struggle. You're not manifesting. You're remembering. You're not chasing. You're choosing. And the loop is almost complete. Let's continue. You've reached the threshold. You've collapsed timelines. You've stabilized identity. You've observed reality bending in response to you. You've released need, detached from urgency, transcended the illusion of effort. You've become the magnetic field, the signal, the source, and now the final realization begins to crystallize. Not as theory, as truth, as knowing, as stillness. You now understand what was hidden in plain sight the entire time. Manifestation was never about getting. It was always about observing what's already yours and aligning your identity with it long enough for it to materialize. It was never about chasing outcomes. It was never about earning your desires. It was never about finding your purpose. It was about seeing clearly. That's it. The rest? A mirror catching up. The world taught you that manifestation was a pursuit, that it required scripting, rituals, techniques, repetition, that you needed to perform your worthiness loud enough for the universe to hear you. But that was never true, because the universe was never out there. It was always reflecting your signal, in every breath, in every thought, in every expectation you quietly held. And when you shifted from wanting to observing, everything began to rearrange. Because the moment you saw the version of you who already had it, you collapsed the gap, and all reality could do was align. The loop completes not when you get what you asked for. The loop completes when you stop needing to get it. Because you see, from beyond the ego, beyond the survival mind, that it was always already yours. Time didn't deliver it. You did, by choosing to observe it, by releasing the identity that contradicted it, by holding the frame of inevitability longer than your conditioning told you was safe. That's the full loop. You created it by observing it, and then became the version that lives in it. No chase, just choice. You've come to realize that the field responds with mathematical neutrality. It doesn't reward your worth. It doesn't punish your doubt. It simply mirrors the signal you hold with absolute precision. And now you know how to hold that signal without apology. You've trained your nervous system to feel safe in the void. You've taught your mind to stabilize in uncertainty. You've guided your emotions into coherence, not by suppression, but through clarity. You've taught your body to recognize truth before it happens. And in doing so, you've left behind the last illusion of separation. There's no more me and the manifestation. No more here and there. No more someday, just now, just this. And what's next? Everything. Because now that the loop is complete, you live in a state of fluid creation. There are no limits anymore, not because you're delusional, but because you understand how it works. You don't attach meaning to delay. You don't fear resistance. You don't shrink in uncertainty. You observe. You choose. You stabilize. And the mirror bends. Every time. Without fail. The old questions fade. When will it happen? Becomes, how am I being now? What do I need to do? Becomes, what version of me am I living from? Why isn't it here yet? Becomes, what part of me still doubts it's mine? And those answers, they emerge effortlessly, because the signal is clean, and clean signals create fast shifts. You've stopped trying to be ready. You simply are. You've stopped seeking confirmation. Your state is the confirmation. You've stopped looking for shortcuts. You are the collapse. The field doesn't need you to be perfect. It needs you to be clear. And you are. Now. So here's where we end. But not really, because this journey isn't linear. It's recursive. It repeats in deeper spirals, higher frequencies, subtler frames. And every time you think you've got it, the field invites you into a new layer, not to test you, but to expand you. You'll collapse again, stabilize again, observe again, create again, because that's the nature of this loop. It's infinite. And you're the one turning the dial. There's no more arriving. There's only remembering. There's no more waiting. There's only deciding. There's no more fear. There's only awareness. And when you live from that place, consistently, calmly, unapologetically, you don't just manifest different things. You become someone who no longer needs to manifest, because everything you used to seek is already part of the signal you live from. The desires haven't disappeared, they've been absorbed into identity. And from that identity, you observe, and from that observation, reality shifts, not once, always. You are no longer asking, how do I get there? You are now asking, what version of me is already there? And how do I remain in that frequency without compromise? And as long as you hold that, the field does the rest. It has to. It always has. The universe doesn't deliver based on effort. It doesn't reward struggle. It doesn't respond to theatrics. It moves with precision toward the clearest signal. And the clearest signal always wins. Not because it's louder, but because it's undeniable. And now, so are you. You've completed the loop, not by acquiring anything, but by becoming the version of you that never needed to. You are the observer. You are the field. You are the signal. And everything you used to want is simply a reflection of what you've already decided is true. Live from that, and watch what unfolds. Congratulations. You've returned to the beginning. Only now. You know you never left. The loop is closed. The mirror is clear. The field is listening. And you're ready to observe it all. Again, and again, and again.